Beautiful said. So it's 3 minutes to go, and we have Ireland 1 also in the race, Castle Townsend Rowing Club.
And we have Ireland number 3, Castletown weer.
We have Ireland 5, Kilolgan Rowing Club.
Netherlands, KWBL.
Portugal 3, and you say the name of the club.
Ferroviário, Portugal number 3.
So then we have Russia in, let's see, boat from Russia, start number 15.
Ukraine, ZCU National Guard.
And then finally, completing the 17-boat field, lining up in front of us here, USA 2, Great Miami Rowing Center.
And this is the lineup for the start.
So the rowers here on the beach, and the rowers are, of course, in the boats. They watch the 3 red and white balls on the mast here, a classic sign that we have the start list also for you on the big screen and on the monitors. That was the sign of just 2 minutes to go until the start. There you have the full lineup of the crews. We already mentioned them acoustically, and here we have the crews in this race. Thanks for letting us have this graphic.
Faltam 2 minutos então para a partida, como podemos ver pelas bolas que estão penduradas ali na nossa torre de informação.
Yeah, once again, thank you to all the volunteers, all the members of the organizing committee and of World Rowing that have made this happen, that have made this success of an event that it has been so far. So really great achievement and great of you athletes to have come here to join us on the beautiful beach in Oeiras.
Quase a cair o pano para o minuto que antecede a partida. 17 embarcações. Quadri feminino com timoneiro prontíssimo para este primeiro hit. Falta 1 minuto.
Yeah, so on the beach, all the helpers, all the club and team members of the crews that are now on the water for the women's quadruple scull heat number 1. The other one, the second heat of this boat class will come up at 4 p.m., so a little later. And we are just about to start. Yeah, loud and clear. That was the hooter for our first race this afternoon off on the second, and it's the women's quadruple scull heat number 1. 17 crews powering out towards the lighthouse out there in the middle of the bay here, and a beautiful picture indeed it is. We have a great team of commentators here at my side. My name is Sebastian Franke. At my side is Ignacio Silva. But out on the water we have another great team of commentators. We have James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon. How does it look like from your perspective today, this afternoon, Peter?
Quite a lot of crashing and clashing as they went across the line there. A couple of boats on the wrong side of the buoy. The wind just making it ever so slightly harder than usual to keep straight and keep in alignment. So we had one of the boats go careering into another, which wasn't a pretty sight, but there doesn't seem to be any boat damage. So they're underway cleanly now, all heading up towards buoy 1 and just doing that first jostle for position. Portugal 3 currently at the back. They were the ones pointing in the wrong direction, Ferroviário, but now up to speed, and they'll be looking to close in this margin. They're perhaps 3 lengths off the tail of this race moving up to buoy 1.
Yeah, to watch a start where a boat's going perpendicular to the line while everyone else has taken off is quite a sight, and I think there were real issues with all the boats getting pushed down towards the leeward end of the line and just struggling for space really. So there was a little traffic jam at the bottom end, but everybody seems to have freed up nicely now and making really good pace towards this first mark. We've got a lot more tide running today than we had in the earlier races because we're a bit further through the tide, and they're going to feel that a lot more as they get out into the deeper water. Relatively shallow out by the beach, so they don't feel much of that tide there, but out by this first mark, it's over 20, 25 meters of depth, so that effect's going to be felt a lot more. But obviously with the Coxed quads, they're going to have the navigation will probably be a little bit more manageable with somebody just focusing on that. So I doubt we'll see some of the errors we did before.
So they're about halfway towards the first buoy. That means they're just over 500 meters in, maybe more than halfway through, and the crew's now nicely spread out. First 10 go through to the A final, the rest through to the B final from this heat for the women's Coxed quad. They'll be looking to tighten into a pinpoint and take the shortest corner they possibly can around buoy 1, so it'll be interesting to see how they manage that. There's a group of about 8 boats pretty tightly packed behind the current leaders out in front. So we're going to go up to the leaders at the front of this race and just see how they're settling in to their race rhythm now that we're well and truly underway here.
Just like before, I think it's another good example of how a nice clean start and the first few boats to get their own bit of water really own the first mark and have got a low risk rounding of it, but certainly back towards the middle of the fleet. Everything behind the France 2 team is looking like there could be a real jostle as they all look for space to come around the mark.
Well, it's a powerful combination from Ukraine leading the way at the moment. Olena Buryak, Oksana Golub, Yevgenia Logobko, Daria Verkogliad and Mikola Tarentsev. They're leading by quite a good margin here at this stage. They've got perhaps 2 lengths, which means they're going to take this first corner really cleanly. Olena Buryak, of course, holding the World Rowing Indoor Championship record for open women's on the 2K course. Their tactic is to stop rowing entirely on the near side buoy and pivot. So they've pivoted their whole way around, which has opened the door to those that want to take a slightly wider course through this buoy line and move up to pull alongside Ukraine. In fact, Ukraine have just been rowed through by France 2. Fantastic performance from Liban Club Nautique. We saw Maya Cornu d'Anjou racing in the beach sprint in the women's solo. She's now joined by Edwige Alfray, Maya's sister Josephine Cornu d'Anjou, and Susanna Sarek and Remy Chatenier. So they pulled out to a length up on the Ukrainians. So a challenging corner for Ukraine, now losing the lead.
Really interesting to see how wide some of the teams have ended up going there, almost 20-30 meters away from the mark. And I think there's going to be the potential for a lot of places lost there from boats that were ahead and now find themselves really wide and having to row many, many more meters to get back in the mix of it all.
So France leading at the moment. Liban Club Nautique, a young combination there with the Cornu d'Anjou sisters in the middle of the boat. Edwige Alfray stroking. They're holding 34, 35 strokes a minute. Ukraine's power really showing through again here as they're pulling up alongside France again. So these long straights are just what these Ukrainians will be wanting here. Olena Buryak in the 2 seat, really levering through every straight. They've got a lower rate of striking than the French leaders at the moment, down at 32, and they're pulling up to half a length down. So I can see this changing at the front of the field, and a huge wave really washes down Ireland 5. That's Kilorglan Rowing Club. They're currently riding in 3rd place as we come up through some really big waves, moving from buoy 2 heading towards buoy 1. So they're really heading into this wind and some big swell coming through now.
Yeah, I think we're really feeling the effects against the tide running with the swell and the wind coming from the other direction, it all mixing together and making some really choppy conditions out here. This is far more challenging than what we saw this morning. And with the longer boats as well, they're coming off the waves in a totally different way. This chop's maybe got a couple of seconds between it, whereas this morning you had a good 8 to 10 seconds between any of the peaks of the swell. Whereas here, with the length of the boats, they've got some of the boat in the trough.
And James, what do you make of the bows of these 2 boats? We've got the French Liban Club Nautique in a Swift, and we've got the Ukrainians in a Felipe. The Swift has an upward pointing bow compared to the Felipe's wave piercing bow, and coming into these enormous waves. What are you seeing there?
Well, my first observation is just how wet it is on board, really. The Felipe with the wave piercing bow is doing exactly that, doing a fantastic job. But it's certainly wet for that bow rower there, whereas the Swift is going, rides over the top of the waves in a totally different way, but then takes off. And I think in these sort of conditions, those impacts will be harder to get going from again. But again, not much fun for the bow there. And in fact, both boats in these conditions are really taking off with some fairly big crashes down and quite a lot of spray. It does look impressive.
Yeah, she's soaking wet in the bow seat of the Ukrainian boat. That's Alexandra, that's Oksana Golub in the bow seat there, and they're just not making any more headway alongside the French as we come towards perhaps halfway towards the buoy 2. So the pace really has slowed down as these boats now make their way through this headwind and into this much. In this battle for lead at the front. So really challenging conditions. Our radio unit just taking a bit of a clattering there over some big waves ourselves. And as the rest of the fleet draw in on us, but Ireland have a huge margin ahead of Russia 0-1 coming in 4th place at this stage. So the field starting to string out as each boat and each combination tries their best in these challenging conditions. Just reassembling our radio unit here. It's taken quite a hammering in these massive waves. Just shows it's not only the rowing that's tough for people here, but the high performance Russian squad from the High Performance Club in Russia: Alexandra Bolshakova, Elena Lebedeva, Yulia Volgina, Olga Kalalieva and Elzveta Pankova, currently in 4th place, being hauled in by the USA combination here. The USA combination from Great Miami Rowing Center: Hannah Huppy, Bennett Russell in the coxswain seat, Elizabeth Hindley, Brooke Downs and Cassidy Norton. We saw them racing in the beach sprints just last weekend, and they seem to be really settling into a good rhythm here, handling these challenging conditions expertly.
This is really quite rough, and if it feels like this for us on a rib, it's going to be quite some impacts for these on the boat as well. I've just seen the Egyptian team from the Egyptian Rowing Federation take off on top of a bit of chop and have a massive slam back down again. But all the teams seem to be managing it really well, and there's not too much out of time stroke, which is really easy to do when you end up with someone at the bow with the blades in the water at a totally different time and height to the stroke further back down the boat.
So let's just take you through the running order here as we see them going past buoy 2. The tussle's still on at the front of the field. Leading at the moment though, Ukraine have moved up through the French combination from Liban Club Nautique. So that's the 1-2 at the front. We've then got Kilorglan Rowing Club riding in 3rd, rounding buoy 2 here, ahead of the USA, who've moved up into 4th place. Now just rowing past the Russian High Performance Center. Now just rowing past the Russian High Performance Center.
Yeah, so as you can hear, not only the rowers struggle with the waves, also our 2 great commentators there in the boat struggle a little bit with the ups and downs of the rubber boat. But fortunately they were able to give us the intermediate standings there. Ukraine, Libourne from France, Ireland, USA and Russia, that's the leading 5 crews, so excellent racing out there, but quite tough conditions in respect of the waves and the wind. So they're on the second half of the course now, 10 minutes and something into this race, the round 2, heat number 1 of the coastal women's quadruple sculls. Fantastic picture there, the coastline of near Oeiras, Carvelos. So another great week of racing here. Last weekend, the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. This weekend is the World Rowing Coastal Championships on the beach at Oeiras and below the fortress here. And let's try and catch up again with the racing action with our commentators on the water.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, a little bit out of transmission zone there, but as we catch up with the racing again now, still out in front, and having pulled through Liban Club Nautique Leading at the moment, we have the National Guard Ukraine crew with a powerful combination, including Olena Buryak, now leading. They're perhaps 4 lengths in front as they come up towards buoy 3. Libon Club Nautique currently in second, and then still riding in third, ever so consistent, Kilorglen third place. Now it's the US.
Yeah, so it's not Peter O'Hanlon dipping his microphone into the water, it's just a transmission problem that we have here, showing the Portuguese flag beautifully flying up there on the fortress. I don't know if it's still the Ministry of Defense, but it used to be the Ministry of Defense right next here to the beach. Here we have a picture of the beach with the audience eagerly awaiting the next news from the race, as you are at home, of course, as well. If you're tuning in on worldrowing.com, where you can watch all the action. While we have the 4s still on the course, we can see already the doubles, the men's doubles, preparing for their next start, due just after this race. So in about 15 minutes from now. So let's hear the latest from James and Peter.
Let's try again as we're now next to buoy 6. We can tell you who's actually moving through at the front of the field. The Ukrainian combination from National Guard Ukraine leading. They've extended their lead to perhaps 3 lengths over the Libon Club Nautique crew, which includes some of the favourites from across the French squad. They're France 2, but perhaps could well be France 1, because they include some of the most experienced coastal rowers from across the French squad, where we've got the Cornu sisters, Maya and Josephine, stroked by Edwige Alfray, one of the most experienced coastal rowers that we've been seeing consistently come to the World Rowing Coastal Championships. They're currently riding in second. Consistently in third, though, Kilorglen Rowing Club, Ireland 5 have been holding on to third place pretty much from the start. Just steady and consistent has been winning them their position here. 4th place now, though, Great Miami Rowing Center, USA 2. The Huppies now including, we've got Hannah Huppy, Bennett Russell in the Coxed seat, Elizabeth Hindley, Brooke Downs and Cassidy Norton. They're currently in 4th, and we're just a nose ahead of, in 5th place, I believe we had the Russian crew, including Alexandra Bolshakova, Elena Lebedeva, Yulia Volgina, Olga Kalalieva and Elizaveta Pankova. Great racing so far here, but really tough conditions compared to this morning, James. What's changed here?
Well, I think just the breeze picking up and this tide really running has made everything so much more confused on the sea state. And with these boats, it really is the sea state that makes the difference, and your ability to power through the waves. And you know, with a long rolling swell, it's so much more manageable. But with this sort of short chop, it just stops you dead in your tracks. So all that momentum and effort that's gone into moving the boat just gets stopped, and you feel like you have to start again on every stroke. However, they'll all be pleased to be through that upwind section, that long, long run between Mark 1 and Mark 2. And now that they're on a downwind straight, really, and you know, all those gains are going to start to eke out more and more and more now as we see that the boat's still going across the swell. Will be a little slower because they're still dealing with that side-to-side chop, but the ones that are downwind, you know, flying home now, absolutely flying home. And we can really see that as the Ukrainians pull right out in front.
So Ireland 5 passing buoy 6. Nothing's going to change at the front of the field here, with Ukraine leading Libon, leading Ireland. That's the 1, 2, 3. USA still riding in 4th place, heading up towards buoy 6 now. The field properly strung out as they've come through this little chicane that we've got between buoys 3, 4, 5 and 6. A good fun bit of navigation around the Fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras, Portugal. Everybody easing off slightly as they come into this closing stages here. Nobody's still going for it. They know they're in positions to qualify for the next round, and that's the crucial thing that they're looking for here. The High Performance Center, Russia, still here in 5th place, leading ahead of, coming in for 6th. We've got Spain 2, the Club Náutico Sevilla in their green strip.
I don't think there's anything less than a boat length between all of these boats now and more. So position's unlikely to change in case of major errors made. But this is where you really appreciate having someone sat at the boat looking forward to do the navigation for you.
That's the critical thing. We need to see where we are with positions 10 and 11, the key dividing line between progression and into the A final versus the B final from this heat. So Egypt 01 coming in for 7th place at the moment. This is the Egyptian Rowing Federation. Emma Benani, Amna Magdi Hussein, Eman El Shakawi, Huda Fahma, and Salma Mustafa. That's 7th. 8th is Spain 04, Real Club Nautico Calpe. Hot on their heels though, Ireland 1, where we've got Castle Townsend Rowing Club. That's position 9, and then 10th place looks pretty safe. That's France 4, where we've got the Saint-Malo combination. So that's the first 10, and I can't see anything changing here, James. I mean, there's a good 6-7 lengths separating 10th from 11th place, passing the 6th buoy.
Yeah, I think that gap's pretty much insurmountable now. Really, really unlikely to change in case something goes majorly wrong. But with the amount of space between all the boats, I can't see any of the mark roundings being too risky or going wrong for anybody. So I think it's probably what we see is what we get at the moment.
What we see is what we get. So I think the leading crew is now coming up into the beach. Sebastian, who have you got coming up in front of you now?
Well, I think you called it right, Peter. It's going to be Ukraine coming to the beach first, the National Guard team here. And I think it must be Oksana Golub, who will now jump from the boat, taking the momentum with her. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause. Coming in first place here in the heat number 1 is Ukraine. And it is Oksana Golub now across the finish line, and the boat handlers immediately move to take the boat away. And here comes France, Libourne in second place. Well done. So for Libourne, Maya Cornu crossing the finish line in second place. You can see it on your screens as well. France 14 seconds behind Ukraine. And the rest of the crew of France takes the boat with, oh no, it's the club mates and the boat handlers. So thanks everyone for joining hands on taking the fours out. And here's Ireland coming in. That was Ireland 5, Kilorgan Rowing Club in third position. Molly Sullivan being the runner here. Every runner carries a transponder, and when the transponder crosses the finish line with the athlete carrying it, of course, then we have the timing system in. USA coming in now. Hannah Hoppy will be the one that's running, if that's the bow. Very quick sprint. She was also competing in the beach sprint, so she knows exactly this stretch of sand. So it's in fact Elizabeth Hinley who did the run here. Very good. So we don't have a number here. So that was Russia, of course, in fifth place. Alexander Bolshakova, maybe. And here comes Spain. That must have been Club Náutico Sevilla, right? So quite a bunch of boats coming in yet. Ignacio, what do you feel about this? Was a good race so far, huh?
Yeah, this is completely different from what we saw last week, and here with a lot of speed now, the endurance is coming, and then very, very interesting the way they drop the water and come in too.
A very happy Egyptian just crossing the finish line. Emma Benani, if I saw it, no, sorry, that was so another Irish team came across. Ireland 1, that was. In between it was Spain 4 also, and here we are now with the critical 10th place. 9 already across the finish line. Who's coming up next across the line? Here comes France. It was indeed France 4 taking this crucial place. France 4 from Saint-Malo. Next runner in comes from Ireland. So Ireland 3 across the line, as well as Great Britain 1. So Great Britain 1 is Jersey Rowing Club. Twelve faults already in. A few more still to come.
6, Rail Club Notre de Gandia.
Yeah, so on your screens you already have the replay of this race. It was round 2, heat 1 for the Coastal Women's Quadruple Scull. Challenging condition out there, but challenging means that they have accepted the challenge and mastered it. Great job from all the athletes out there on the water. 2 boats still coming in. And then we are already looking forward to the next start, because at 2:45 we have the next start in the men's double.
So the next start will be in about 7 minutes, will be the heat number 2 for the doubles men.
One, two, test it. So all crews safely across the line. It's always very good to see. And again, teamwork between the crews, please, and the boat handlers to get the boats out of the finish zone here to make way for the next race, the next heat coming up shortly.
And it's a total rushdown from the absolutely waterlogged. Alfonso Santos, he's running away with it now. Men's solo. Get under Santos. Silver medal for the junior men's. Alfonso Santos! Hopefully they'll get the navigation absolutely bang on. It's an awesome lead here, and she gets a wave to ride in on. A fantastic race for both. Jouer compétence d'Amzaki. Hello, Bell. Haji Mohammed. Then it's all to play for, gold or silver. France now to have the length behind his back. Another one. Fourth place in this weekend. Racing out of East Spring. Gold. I'm going to have it. Here comes Ian. Oh yes, it's the
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's cast our eyes forward. Let's look on the water. We introduce the crews to you. So we have Croatia in the race, Rowing Club Val, with Igor Boraska and Nicol Udovicic.
And from Spain, Spain number 2, the Mediterráneo de Málaga with Miguel Garcia and Javier Balebona.
Another Spanish boat, a Spain 5, De Marclot de Lilo Campello with Sergi Planeles Galvan and Andres Avela.
With Spain number 8, Real Club Náutico de Terrovieja with Miguel Moreno and Miguel Ontienete.
Then we have Finland from Nesten Rowing Club in Finland.
And France number 4, Cassis with Lionel Vergier et Jean-Simon Pic.
Then we have France 5 from Chambéry, Vincent Cavard and Ivan Beauvais. They have raced this morning already, qualified for this heat 1 in the round 2.
Great Britain 3, it's Tyrian Club with Oliver Cook and Patrick Boomer.
Yeah, so it's University of London with some Olympians here. Ollie Cook on the bow seat, probably. Then we have Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft Germany 2, Emil Schmidberger and Daniel Kortak.
And this will be G. Gara with Colin Tester and Matthew Vinales.
Fantastic. Ireland 2, Kilmac Simon Rowing Club.
Italy number 3 with Telemer.
Italy 7, Misto Sampler Darina Murcarolo.
With Monaco number 1, Monaco.
Yeah, Norway 1, Norske Studentes Rowclub.
And Portugal number 2, Portugal number 2 com o Infante. E Portugal número 6 com Vila Condense.
So 2 minutes to go. We have some more time here. Switzerland 2, Ruder Club Zurich.
From Tunisia, ISL.
And then finally from Ukraine 2, ZCU Burevizhnik. So a great assembly of athletes with the Olympic medalist in the single scull, Kjetil Borch, and on the Norwegian boat with his compatriot Janos Karstabe Helvik. Yeah, that's new. So just 1 minute or just under 1 minute until we have the start. You have the start list again on the screen here. There we have the Norwegians with, I think it's Kjetil Borch on the stroke seat, I'm not sure, with the cap, because of the cap. But so flat water rowers, Olympic rowers changing to a possible new Olympic boat class. Still under discussions, but we have seen such fantastic racing last weekend for the World Rowing Beachfront Finals. This is really a format that will or could bring our sport forward. Building on the tradition built in Coastal Rowing Championships, actually, the 13th edition, and it's just a few seconds to the start. Here we are with the start of the men's double sculls, and another boat has started as well on the water. We have our commentators, James and Peter. Peter, it's all yours.
Yeah, that's right, Sebastian. We're underway with the next round of the men's doubles. We saw the first round this morning, which was a tough progression system, 14 boats going through from this morning. We're trailing right behind here the Croatian boat from RC Val, Igor Boraska and Nicol Udovicic. Boraska, the hotel inspector from Croatia. He'll have been looking around, I'm sure, at everything he can find in Oeiras. They're currently right in the middle of the pack. Those pushing out at the front of the field, though, GB3, that's UL Tyrian clubs, Oliver Cook and Patrick Boomer. Ollie Cook from the GB squad and Patrick Boomer from the Irish rowing squad. Powerful combination contesting for the lead. So alongside them then we got France 5 from Chambéry Club Nautique, Vincent Cavard and Ivan Beauvais. We saw them racing this morning, so this is their second time out there on the course. They'll be surprised here, James, once they round Boy 1 compared to their heat this morning.
They will indeed. Everybody had a really nice clean start there and no big tussles on the line. So it's been pretty fast and furious for the first few hundred metres, and shows no sign of abating yet, but I think they're going to be in for a bit of a shock once they're around this mark and into the worst of the wind and the tide, that's for sure.
I'm nervous about this first buoy. The previous races, they'd strung out a little bit more than they have done in this race by this stage, so we could see a little bit of jostling for position as they try to narrow in to that first buoy. Monaco out in front though, that's the Monegascans leading. It's a great race from them thus far, from Société Nautique Monaco. Quintin Antonielli, who we often see in the single competing at World Row events, joined here by Mathieu Montfort. They're out in front, but just as I say it, they're being moved through over on the far side. I want to say Norway, so that will be Kjetil Borch and Oscar Helvig. Super powerful combination with the Olympic silver medalist in the stroke seat. Such a powerful athlete, finding their rhythm here now, James, and motoring past Monaco.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they manage to close down the lateral gap before they get to the mark, or whether they're going to have too many extra meters to row to make any gains on the corner. But what I think is going to be really interesting is the 7 boats in the middle starting to compact now, all starting to come in and taper in towards this mark, and this is where we're going to see the excitement, I think is probably the best way to put it.
Excitement is the word. They're absolutely converging onto that point that is turn 1. And nobody's leaving Ukraine behind here either. Igor Khmara, Stanislav Kovalov. So a lot of the flat water rowers having a good little sprint up to the first buoy, and the carnage has started as many of them have missed the buoy. They've all gone the wrong side of it. So all of the leading boats there have gone the wrong side of the buoy. The first one to make it around the correct side is a tough, I believe it's one of the Italian boats. We'll have to just confirm who. So several of these boats now spinning back round to try and go around the correct side. We're going to see an awful lot of carnage here because they're on the wrong side of the buoy, turning and going back in. Norway believe they've gone the correct way around it, so they're...
No, they did indeed. I saw that they were the only boat to make it the correct way around at that mark, and almost all the other boats were just way right of it and inside the mark. I think a lot of them have just misjudged the tide, and obviously not having the Coxed at the back to be able to see that means that they've... Oh yeah, this is very exciting at the mark right now.
Tough to tell what on earth's going on, but we've got Norway out in front, we know that, but this carnage around buoy 1, it's a standstill for many of them. So this is just why it's so important to take a clear route, even if you're going slightly wide on the way around. Spain too coming out second, Mediterranean de Malaga, as Ruiz Garcia and Madrid Balebona. Finland, they were the ones who made a clean route round. That's Juha-Pekka Pataniemi and Jolnau Karanen. Again, converting from the flat water, they're leading ahead of Germany 02. Germany 02 from the Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft, Emil Schmidberger and Moritz Korthals.
I'll tell you, you know it's not going well at the mark when you can see blades pointing vertically in the air. There's still a real tussle there, lots of boats stationary as they all try and get back round. But I think that tide that's pushed them all inside the mark, that they've all struggled with to go back round, is what's going to really help the leaders on their way now. And this is going to be a case of the rich get rich and the poor get poorer. It's the ones that did make a clean rounding are experiencing, as we see.
That's it. If you can just have the first buoy cleanly done, you can skip the entire pack. You could be last out of the blocks, but with all that carnage, it's tough to make it through cleanly. So we have the Norwegians out in front. Passing us now, 5th place, we've got Ollie Cook and Patrick Boomer. Just trying to hold out ahead of the fast-moving Spaniards from Real Club Náutico Torrevieja, Ortuna Moreno and Hernandez Ontienente. So that's the 5th and 6th. And then looking like they got caught up in the tussle, we've got the Croatians here alongside Portugal 06. Just ahead of Ireland 02, so Ireland getting caught right up in that as well. Kilmaximum Rowing Clubs, Davin Jennings and Alan Donovan. And these were the early leaders, weren't they? The Monegascans, now back of the pack. They went clearly onto the wrong side of that buoy and had to spin around to avoid a penalty, but I wonder, James, whether a penalty might have been preferable to now being right at the back of the field here.
Well, I think it would have been a matter of having to spin round, but also then try and re-enter the pack perpendicular to where all the other boats were going. And with every other boat also ending up on the wrong side, I think they just ended up at the back of a traffic jam, all trying to get back to the right side of the buoy. But now they're on this second leg, you can really start to feel the effects of the wind and the waves again. And the ones at the front will certainly be experiencing that most and into the worst of it first. But again, they've now got the pleasure of having a nice gap between them and the boat behind, which means that they'll be able to take their time, really pace themselves, and keep the boat moving at the best possible speed for the conditions we're experiencing, which I would describe as uncomfortable at best.
Uncomfortable at best. And with the slightly shorter boat lengths here, compared to the quads that we were seeing just half an hour ago, how do you think they're going to be handling this? We're going to get a pretty good shot here of some of these wave-piercing bows really shunting into every wave coming forwards. We might see some washed out rowers.
Yeah, it's going to be a mixed experience. I think there's going to be a lot of washed out rowers and a lot of washed out boats at the end of this. But the lighter boats will probably slam, not quite as hard as they come off the top of these, and they may be slightly slower on the takeoff, but the fact that they're going to get caught between the crests of these swell and waves means that they're just going to handle it very differently, really. At the moment, it doesn't look like anybody's struggling, but I don't think it's a comfortable ride for anybody, really.
Us included. So we're going to find out shortly who's coping with these conditions the best as we move back up to the front of the field, which is rapidly approaching buoy number 2. No real changes as far as we can tell with the leaders, Norway. They've just been running away with it, I think, able to focus on their own race. Navigation, the critical factor to the first buoy. They were one of the few crews to go around it correctly. They're looking pretty set to go around the correct side of buoy 2 now as well. Some white caps rolling in from the far side.
I think on the downtined leg, there's going to be a lot less scope for people getting it wrong, which means I'll be surprised if we see anyone, or too many at least, go the wrong side of this mark. But this is also the bit with the most uncomfortable sea, really, and you can see some of these boats, I can't tell if they're rowing boats or submarines, really, with the amount of water coming across the deck.
So much water. It's really interesting to see how they're handling it with their blade work as well, because you never know, considering the fact that all these athletes are facing astern, they'll never fully know whether their blades are going to get a clean entry or go smacking into the next wave. Lots of bruised shins and bruised knees, perhaps, from turn 1 to turn 2, but they'll be relieved, I'm sure, once they round turn 2 and start to make their way back inshore.
Yeah, and you can see now the Norwegians are around this second mark. They've been able to really kind of take some of the gas off and just got a really nice smooth pace and continuing to pull out a lead, but just the pressure's off and trying to punch through the wind and the waves is no longer much of a concern for them. And again, as soon as they're into those better conditions, they'll keep eking out that lead that little bit more, just as they did on the last leg.
So Finland currently holding second place, just a little bit ahead of Spain's Mediterráneo de Malaga, currently in third. Fourth place, then, tough to tell with the rolling waves, is Germany in fourth, Great Britain 3 from Tyrian Club in fifth, and then getting washed out. Getting washed out.
Yeah, challenging conditions also for our commentators and for our TV colleagues here with this swell out there. So great to hear that indeed France 5, Vincent Cavard and Ivan Beauvais from Chambéry are back in the boat. As you might have seen, they capsized at the first turning marker, but they have some time ago taken up the race again, and so that is indeed good news. So on the far side of the fortress, from our vantage point here, is now are now all boats moving towards the last 3 turning points here. Finland, Spain 2, Germany, and Great Britain. Tyrian Boat Club were in the leading pack here again. We look for the qualifiers here. So basically here it's the, if I read this correctly, it's the first 6 that qualified definitely for the final A, whereas ranks 7th to 13th, most of them will go to the B final. Only the 2 fastest 7th place crews will also be joining the other crews in the A final. So we are here with the heat number 2. Actually, it should be, so heat 1, of course, of round 2. So that's the correct description of the coastal men's double sculls, and we have a great assembly of athletes here on the water. 20 boats all together, trying to earn their spot in the medal final, which will take place on Saturday.
As embarcações estão já lá na outra ponta para dar a volta de regresso. Depois temos tido um início bastante complexo. A maré está a dar aqui a sua presença. Temos, em termos de embarcações, a Finlândia a tomar a liderança e depois vem a Espanha número 2 do Mediterrâneo de Málaga para a segunda posição. Na terceira será o barco da Alemanha, do Stuttgarter, a fazer para a terceira posição. Lá na curva, na primeira boia, foi a França número 5, ou seja, Chambéry, que não conseguiu gerir muito bem aquela curva e acabou por embater na nossa boia. Chama atenção para o voluntário Tomás Quental. Aqui na Torre do Som temos a sua credencial, ele perdeu. Tomás Quental, a tua credencial está aqui em cima, por isso podes vir buscá-lo.
So let's reach out to our commentators, James and Peter. How does the race look like now?
It's looking good. I think as these boats all come inshore a little bit, they're just able to handle the ever so slightly smaller waves, and the directions obviously being different. They're no longer heading into the waves, they're heading alongside them. So we lose sight of them quite frequently, actually, because they dip below the waves. I mean, we've got, what, 1 meter swells here, James?
Yeah, I'd say about 1 meter. But again, now that we're out of the worst of that tide into the shallower water around this fort, it means that the sea state that's generated by those two things mixing is really settled down. So we've got a much nice, longer swell, which again will be easier for them to manage how they get the blades in the water and keep the power on, but also just easier to navigate, easier to exist. Not getting drenched by waves every second certainly means you're not, much more comfortable ride.
Looks like it. No change at the front of the field though. Norway still leading, coming around buoy 5 ahead of the Finns. Now Karenin and Patayaniemi, they've had a great race so far, and they were looking perhaps to be in the middle of the pack from that first run up to buoy 1, but some good navigation from them has really won them their place in this race so far. But they've really dropped the rating down here. Bork and Helvig down to 25 strokes a minute. We've got the Finns down at 23 on occasion. I think they were just really easing their technique through the challenging conditions. We might see them and Morthals, who have perhaps 3 lengths up on the Tyrian clubs, Ollie Cook and Patrick Boomer. So no real position changes for the leading 5 boats. Still holding on to 6th as well, of course. We've got the Spanish combination from Real Club Náutico Torrevieja, Ortuna Moreno and Hernandez on Teniente.
I think unlikely to see a real change, but they're certainly keeping each other under pressure. You know, it's hard to tell from this angle, but I don't think anybody's feeling safe in this. But as long as nothing goes wrong, I imagine the spacing is is as we see now. There's a big gap between the front 6 and then the rest of the fleet just coming around the 5th mark now.
Yeah, it is an enormous gap here. That won't be changing, certainly in this race. So positions 1 to 6 looking pretty fixed here. Nobody really putting in a concerted push. They'll be marking number 6 as the time to go if they want to try and overhaul any crews to just notch themselves up 1 or 2 positions. That's what we're needing them to do. Portugal 2 rounding boy 6 now. This is Nuno Paiva and Duarte Castro. Just ahead of the Tunisian combination here, where we've got Dia Zogla and Hassan El Haj. Coming under a bit of pressure because we've got the Monegascans who have been trying to make their way back up the pack after that challenging first turn. Monaco's Quintin Antonielli and along with him Mathieu Monfort. They've just moved up past Gibraltar's Colin Tessa and Matthew Vinales.
What we saw there with the Gibraltar team were almost alongside the Monacans, but then had to give way and almost stop rowing entirely because they were getting squeezed down onto the mark so much and lost a whole boat length there. It does go to show how much can be lost or gained at these marks, even if it's not a big turn to be made.
Exciting stuff as the leaders have now passed boy 7, so the Norwegians, I'm sure, in sight of the finish now as they come up towards the beach, and Sebastian and Inacio.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. What a great race we've seen, and especially so from the Norwegians with the World Rowing Beach Sprint Final silver medalist, Kjetil Borch. Also, of course, an Olympic single sculls silver medalist from Tokyo 2020 Games just a few weeks ago. Look at their relaxed style of rowing as they come towards the beach here, and it is excuse me. It will be Janos Helvik who will jump out of the boat, most likely, being the bowman here. Just a few strokes remaining. They take the last wave to bring them onto the beach, and then probably taking the momentum with him. Yeah, just an easy exit here for the Norwegians. Here comes Janos Helvik for Norway. They take the win here in this round 2 heat number 1, safely qualifying, of course, for the A final.
Para a Noruega a levar a melhor neste double scull masculino, que com alguns campeões olímpicos, Kjetil Borch, que fez uma excelente prestação e uma recuperação perante a Finlândia, que era aqueles que lideravam no início desta regata.
And here comes Finland. That is Joel Naukarinen for Finland, crossing the line in 2nd place. He is a happy man. The Norwegians congratulate themselves. Guys, a reminder to all crews coming in, please take your boats from the waterline as soon as possible after you have hit the beach. Please help the boat handlers again. So we have 3 crews coming in, 4 crews. So Spain 2 is there. Spain 2, that's Malaga,
yep.
Ruiz
Spain,
Garcia and Madrid, Palebona.
Yeah, Spain 2 has got the 3rd place, the Mediterranean de Malaga, with Miguel Garcia and Javier Balebona.
So then we have Great Britain 3, that's the University of London Tyrian Boat Club, Ollie Cook and Patrick Boomer, qualifying also. Germany 2 is qualified, and Spain 8. Spain 8 being Real Club Náutico Torrevieja. So these are the direct qualifiers, and now we're waiting for a fast time from Monaco coming in now. Fast sprint, and it's needed because you need a fast time to qualify here. That is Quintin Antonielli for Monaco crossing the line here, followed.
Já chegou também Nuno Paiva do Infante para a sua classificação, mandou português.
Yeah, coming in sprints here, thick and fast. Portugal 2 was there in 7th place, Monaco in 8th, Tunisia 9th, and then it's Gibraltar in 10th. So more crews coming in towards the shoreline. That's Cassis, Lionel Vigier crossing the finish line. Cassis was 11th placed here. Hopefully we can keep the graphic for a while to help us gauge the crews and see which crews come in which order. It's so good to see those crews dashing onto the beach and then exiting with the momentum, making their way towards the finish arch, branded with World Rowing, but also with Oeiras Valley, Municipio de Oeiras, our sponsors, and of course the Portuguese Rowing Federation playing a major part in organizing this great event. So Spain is in, Spain 5. And here we are with the replay of this fantastic race in the men's double scull, the coastal men's double scull. I think we were going to see the results list after this replay here. It's really thick and fast here in Oeiras on the beach, and we have already the next race coming up in under 6 minutes. It's the women's solo round 2 heat number 1. We'll be presenting the athletes very soon.
E a
Of course, we have to wait for the last crews to come in, and then we will start the start procedure.
Em 5 minutos vamos dar início então ao skiff feminino. As senhoras vão entrar na água.
With David Hussey, who's coxing the Ireland 5 quad, which has some pretty top-level athletes in it. David, tell us, who's racing in that quad with you?
Yeah, so what we have in the Ireland 5 quad, we have Ronan Byrne, he's just home from the Olympics, he was in a double. Alex Byrne, he was in the World Under-23s, they medalled, and the other 2 lads in the boat, Stephen Sullivan, Kieran Brady, they're also international athletes, have rowed in the coupe as juniors. So we've a pretty powerful crew. They're from the same club in Shandon in Cork, so they're well used to rowing together, and as mostly flat water athletes, but they're really itching to give this coastal rowing a go.
And you've been doing coastal rowing for some time. How long have you been doing it, and how did you get into it?
I probably started coastal rowing maybe about over 30 years ago in the fixed seats, and then transitioned over to the FISA rowing in Lima. Lima in Peru was the first go in the single in 2015. And from there on, the sport has just snowballed into the event we have here. We're on a beach here, just surrounded by boats, surrounded by nations and crews, and it's growing, and becoming more and more popular. And we heard a press release there about the 2028 Olympics. There's a lot more certainty about that event now, so we're delighted with the progression of coastal.
It's amazing. And now with your experience, when it comes to being out there on the water, how would you describe what it's like for those at home?
You've got all the elements required of coastal on the water. You have a drift, you have a serious current, maybe between 4 and 6 knots. You have a breeze blowing, and you also have a very tricky course to navigate. You have about 1 kilometre the first leg, 1 kilometre the second, and from then you have to pick your marks along the shore and navigate in between the maybe 3rd mark to the 7th mark. So there's a lot of manoeuvring, and it's pretty difficult when you've got maybe 20 more quads for company.
So what are your tips for anybody who's thinking about getting into coastal rowing?
It takes a while to get the hang of it from the coxing and from the rowing point of view, so I suppose the best tip is to start steady and enjoy it and experiment with settings, etc. And once you're comfortable and once you're enjoying it, go rougher, and then you can build yourself up to taking part in an event like this, where you're dealing with the waves and the drift and dealing with all the other crews as well, who are all jostling for position. There's nobody going to say, excuse me, can I go over there? It's a contact sport in so many ways. There are rules obviously, but you know, you have to get the best line to that first mark. I think that's the real secret of coastal rowing, is get out from the start and get a clear run at it. If you tip blades or if you tip that mark with your rowers, you're going to lose ground.
That's brilliant. Well, David, look, thanks so much. Great to get some insight into what it's really like out there and how to get into it.
Yeah, and thank you, Peter, and thank you to all the organisers of this event. And I just especially want to say a big shout to all those kids down there that are doing all the little jobs, the lifting boats, the taking temperatures. They're 15, 16, 14, but they really are a credit to the Portuguese nation, the work they're doing here today. So it's brilliant to see that.
So just under 3 minutes until we have the next start. It's the women's solo. Austria's Katarina Lobnik.
And Spain number 2 from Marc Lot de Lilo El Campeo, Maria Ángeles Purcarea.
Malaga is Spain 4, Carlota Gonzalez Gil.
And France 1, Andaya Indaika, Jessica Berra.
So then we have for Great Britain 1, Lianon Warriors Rowing Club, Brian E. Jones.
Great Britain 3, BTC Southampton Rowing Club, Katarina Katz, Coleman Jones.
Great Britain 7 is Exmouth Rowing Club, Marie Genguan.
And Germany number 2, Ruderklub Almanien von 1866, Annika Sophie Salzwiczek.
Ireland 1 is Arklow Rowing Club, Siona Healy.
And Ireland number 3, Castlebolmbeer Rowing Club, Miriam Schiemann.
Kilorgan Rowing Club is Ireland 5, Monika Ducharska.
E de Portugal, número 2 do Infante, Rita Faria. E Portugal número 4 do Vila Condense, Alexandra Muller.
Then we have Sweden, Helsingborg Row Club, Maria Berg.
And from Ukraine, Concord, Diana Dimchenko.
Diana Dimchenko, of course, the defending world champion. And we have finally in this race, USA 2, Park City Rowing Academy, Dana Deuter. So just under 1 minute to the start.
Minuto para a partida.
Okay. Yeah, for us and also for you listening on worldrowing.com, the few moments of tension before the final hooter comes and the last red and white ball falls from the mast to give the signal of the start to the crews out on the water. We have it. DJ Andre puts on the race music and the hooter came. So we are underway with the round 2, heat 1 of the women's solo. Let's see how this race develops. Over to James and Peter.
Thanks, Sebastian. It's France 1 making the early lead here. This is Jessica Berra alongside Spain 2, where we've got Maria Purcarea. Those two fastest out. We had a couple of people just holding fire at the back of the pack there, James. I think just making sure that they don't get tangled up on the start line and they would get the opportunity to row their own race.
I think that was a tricky start to gauge for everybody to try and keep their bows right on the line and not be over. We had some big sets of swell roll in just at the last minute, which I think was probably counteracting the wind from behind and just pushing people over a bit. So I think people being understandably a little cautious.
"60-second penalty we're hearing there for Spain 2 and Portugal 2, I believe that is. So we'll have to see how that's handled when they come back into the finish. I believe it'll be a penalty box on the beach, but interesting to see over on the left-hand side as you look up towards turning point 1, Maria Berg for Sweden, really opting for the cleanest row possible. She's separated herself from the pack that will start to narrow into the turning point. She separated herself by quite a significant margin, but isn't this amazing, James? Look how flat the conditions are here compared to just the other side of the fort, where they might be thinking as they come up towards turning point 1, oh, this is some nice flat, calm water, but haven't they got something in store?
Well, they certainly do, and probably none of them can appreciate how uncomfortable it's going to be when they are around here. This is definitely the calm before the storm on this leg. Quite interesting to see the Swede all the way out the left-hand side of the course. At the start, a lot of people were biased towards the left-hand end, trying to keep on that left-hand side of the start line. The right-hand side didn't seem used at all from our angle, and I think a lot of that is maybe they saw on the previous race how much people were getting pushed down by the tide and wanting to make sure that they kept the advantage up to the left, because it's so much easier to let the boat go down the tide when you're ahead than it is to try and come back up into it afterwards. And it was interesting to see the ones on the left but were quite aggressively protecting their position there to make sure that they did maintain that up tide side of the course. And we can see even now that there's still quite a spread side to side across the fleet. And again, it will be interesting when they all start to converge together on that 1 point, and then we'll see who's won out of that equation.
Well, I think that Maria Berg's made this tactic really pay off so far. She was in the middle of the pack, but separated out to the side, and that has just given a real clean opening to head straight out to buoy 1. I think some of the others are having to correct course, because with the current shifting out away from Lisbon centre, out westward, a lot of them are drifting over a little bit more than they might have anticipated, and I think that's what we saw with the men's double race not long ago. They all found themselves on the wrong side of the turning point because the current was just sweeping them over. But Maria Berg, even though she was keeping herself right out on the easterly side of the course, she's now finding herself being dragged back over, which just sharpens the bend that they've got to go around. Yeah,
much sharper bends, and right in the mix with all the other boats. And considering how much advantage she did have up tide, to see them all back in the mix again goes to show what an influence it really is in a race like this. Now we're into the deeper water, that tide will be flowing much, much stronger in the deeper water. And again, it's appreciating the little nuances and details like that that will make the navigation that much more tricky. But if you get it right, you can really use it to your advantage.
Let's just run through positioning then. So Maria Berg leads half a length up on France 1, where we've got Jessica Berra ahead of Diana Dimchenko for Ukraine, and then absolutely level coming up to the turn, we've got Monica Dukarska alongside Spain 2's Maria Percarrea. That's the positions as we come up towards this turning point here. Let's see how this group handles the turn and whether they can manage to get around it clearly. Diana Dimchenko just getting snagged on the buoy. They're all getting a little bit tangled up here.
I mean, to try and articulate how much of a difference it has made to what the courses people have chosen, we've got people rowing back up what should be leg 2 to come around the mark. They've ended up that far down tide from the whole thing, and that really does show. Even with a bit of space around the mark, people are getting swept down onto it. So the ones that have judged it well, just like we saw last time, the pair up front are completely in the distance now, with everybody else only just rounding the mark.
Yeah, so those early leaders who managed to get around it clean, run away with it. Diana Dimchenko, despite getting snagged, is coming out around the bend for 3rd place, and then we've got Dario Duta for the USA ahead of Spain 4, where we've got Carlota Gonzalez currently in 5th, and then Portugal 2 in 6th place, where we've got Rita Faria round the corner safely now. Great Britain 3 coming around next. That's Kath Coleman-Jones. Great Britain 7 behind Marie Guangua. Looks like the majority of them have made it back round, but I mean, James, that was astonishing, wasn't it? They went so far to the wrong side that they had to row directly in the opposite direction. from boy 2 to make the bend and avoid penalties.
To find yourself rowing a reciprocal course to what you're meant to be doing in the moment must be a hard pill to swallow. But the ones that make that call early and just realise that they've got to make a big change will be the ones that have gained the advantage out of it.
Miriam Sheehan then just getting moved through by Germany's athlete here, where we've got Annika Sophie Salvicek ahead of Ireland 1, which is Shona Healy. Sheena Healy looking comfortable now that they're correctly around the corner. Great Britain 1 then following in close order, Bryony Jones, and trailing towards the back of the pack we've got Austria's Katharina Lognig. And yeah, that's really upset things, because now the margin from the front of the field to the back of the field has grown enormously.
It has, and actually I think we've got someone tangled up a little bit on the mark still. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I can actually see someone in the water, so there's a few boats around making sure it's all okay, but that goes to show.
Yeah, a bit of a capsize there on the buoy. Safety boats coming in to get involved. And I'm sure they'll have them righted and back underway in quick fashion. Maria Pacarea, surprised I'm sure to find herself right here at the back of the pack, despite having been third out of the start line and third leading up to the buoy. That's essentially race over when that sort of thing happens.
I think it shows, as we saw people protecting their position on the start line, that while a race isn't made or lost on the start, how you line yourself up for this first mark, proving to be the trickiest one, really does then dictate the pace of the rest of the race for you. The leaders so far ahead, that tide that's caused them such issues getting on to the mark on that first leg is then such an advantage to the ones that get round clean and get round first.
And now they've got this headlong battle up to turn 2 to contest, where the waves really have grown in size, and they'll be dealing with this quite admirably, actually, as we look at them. Quite a spread out little flotilla here, making their way up to turning point 2.
It's interesting to see how actually the shorter and lighter boats are handling this sort of sea state much, much better. There's a lot less slamming. Part of that will just be the lack of weight that they're carrying up front, but also I think the shorter boat with the wavelength is fitting in really, really well, and nobody seems to be struggling too much at all.
So we'll see the margin that the leaders have managed to earn for themselves at the front of the field. Sweden's Maria Berg still out in front. Not much will have changed there. She really set herself up with the best strategy, even trying to be on the correct side of that first buoy and make sure she didn't get dragged over by the current. It's amazing to see just how fast that current was moving and how much it did pull them all over to the wrong side. So I'm sure athletes will be listening and watching online with great intrigue to see how they prepare their own race strategies for that start.
It's such an advantage being able to see how teams and boats have handled it in the race before yours to be able to try and get ahead of it. But obviously, with the sort of conditions we've got out here, it's going to be ever-changing. So something that works for one team might not work to the same advantage for the other. So there's always going to be a risk involved. And I wouldn't say that anybody can just follow what the race before did, because it could be a totally, totally different field out here, really.
And particularly how their boats handle it differently, moving from the quads that I'd say probably had the hardest time, the 3 races we've seen so far. Just from the sheer weight and challenge with the wave length to make sure that they weren't getting completely washed down or bouncing in such a way that would stop them from rowing.
I think there were some big reductions in speed with some of those impacts, really big impacts, and you'd have felt that through the boat. I've no doubt there were some sore legs and sore limbs after some of those, and it's really hard to get that sort of thing right.
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, so same again, challenging conditions for transmission as well as for rowing here. We have already mentioned the two 60-second penalties we've heard so far. So very sorry to hear that Monika Dukarska of Island 5 Kilorgan Rowing Club capsized and then had to abandon the race. She's being brought back to the beach, so she's not continuing to row. Here in the picture we have France 1. Jessica Berra of Endika making her way towards the beach. Actually, it's the next beach, very popular with the surfers there. We heard before from James Scott, our commentator there, together with Peter O'Hanlon in the boat, that the smaller boats actually make handling of the waves a little bit better under these conditions here. Not the long rollers that we had this morning, but a little bit shorter and choppier here, the waves out there. And so you can row a bit smoother than in the other conditions here with a single scull compared to the double or the four, obviously. So again, waiting for the crews to make their turns there. So Ignacio, what do you think of the race so far? French strong, Sweden strong, Spain too was very much there, but in the beginning also Ireland.
Yeah, I was expecting to see more from Diana from Ukraine, but yeah, France is giving out. And in Andaya, the sea conditions are not very different from what we can see here, so this could be a little bit different. More hot than they have in Andaya for sure, but France is very good on the picture right now.
Yeah, so we have here three scenarios for starts and finishes. Scenario one would be beach start and beach finish. Then we have the second scenario, which we have chosen today. It's the water start and the beach finish, which I personally also like very much. And then we have scenario three, of course, for rougher conditions. So that's water start and water finish. Just a quick reminder for everyone here, please wear your masks on the venue at all times. It's a world rowing rule. And make sure that your three boat handlers are all in the arrival zone to immediately take the boats off the water and back to the boat park at the end of the race. The OC volunteers, and they're doing really a great job. They need all your support from your teams, so please make your way, boat handlers from the respective teams coming in now, that you make sure that you get the boat off the landing zone as quickly as possible. Thanks for your support in this.
Falávamos há pouco então dos formatos, temos três possíveis formatos de saída aqui. Temos o barco na água, fazem o percurso neste momento, durante esta fase são apenas 4 km, o percurso do controle das boias, depois saem na areia e vêm a correr até ao nosso pórtico final. Temos a saída e a finalização dentro da água e a finalização aqui fora. Lembramos a todos que estão aqui na zona do evento para manterem a utilização das vossas máscaras na totalidade, para continuarmos de saúde todos aqui nestes campeonatos do mundo de remo de mar em Oeiras. Oeiras recebeu de braços abertos esta iniciativa, esta 13ª edição, pela primeira vez em Portugal, a visitar Portugal, que muito nos orgulha para esta competição de mar, estes campeonatos do mundo, onde são atribuídas as medalhas de ouro, prata e bronze nestas eliminatórias. Para já está a competição de ski femininos, onde temos barcos mais pequenos dentro da água, eventualmente mais fácil de controlar. O mar está bastante pesado para elas. Lá ao fundo já podemos ver as senhoras do quadri a treinar também para entrar em competição mais tarde. Vai ser um dia cheio de emoção, mas não vai ser só hoje. Vamos manter a competição para sábado, para sexta e sábado aqui na Praia da Torre, um fim de semana completo.
While you heard the ladies in Portuguese from my friend Ignacio, we can go back to our commentators. Alongside the race, the first 10 come into the final directly. How is it looking with you, Peter?
Choppy, Sebastian. It's very, very choppy out here, but we're moving up to boy 6 now, as the leaders are just coming up to boy 4 and 5. No real change at the front of the field. I think as they've come back inshore now, they're just thinking a little bit more about maintaining that pace into the closing stages of this 4K race for this women's solo event. So much going on up there. Obviously, disaster to hear of Monica de Casco going in at turning point 1, but glad to hear that she's safely back to shore now. So the leaders just rounding boy 4. They'll be heading up around the Fort de São Julià de Barra in a moment, and we'll be able to give you the precise running order because the field's so spread out now. The majority of these athletes still halfway between turning point 2 and 3.
I think for the 4th time today we're back in this corner where it does get a lot more choppy. It's a different sort of chop to what we find out in the deeper water, but no less challenging for the crews. They're just not straight into it, which will make it more manageable. But the wind seems to have come round back to a little bit west, maybe 10-20 degrees, which will have made that row a little bit harder because now it's not so sheltered behind the fort, which means that it's barreling off the hills and over the bulk of the city down onto the water, which is why it feels a lot windier out here now, a lot more gusty. But it also means the ones that are around turning point 4 and 5 are going to be, more wind behind them. Into the tide, but not so much because we're inshore.
And that's it, isn't it? The tide heading out in the opposite direction to the wind, just creating these really sharp peaks in some of the ways that I think we're seeing a lot of the boats really struggle with, certainly going out from turning point 1 to 2. But now they're going with the wind, and the lead is coming round boy number 5 now. Fantastic performance from them. Maria Berg currently in 2nd, because out in front, I tell you, just a moment, just trying to cast an eye onto the bow number, France 01, which is a great race here from Jessica Berra, having moved up from 2nd through those last few turns. No real response, I think, perhaps needed from Maria Berg of Sweden. Comfortable to hold on to 2nd place.
Quite the gap between the front two, isn't there? We've got the two of them, maybe 2 boat lengths apart, essentially rowing their own race at this point. But it looks like a lot of people are now around the 4th mark, so things will get a bit more interesting as we go further back into the fleet.
And it's the first 10 that go through to the A final, I believe. So we'll just have to keep a keen eye on positions as they come into the closing stages. First 10 through to the A final, the rest go through to the B final from both this heat and the next for the women's solo. So the dividing line between positions 10 and 11. First 2 past boy 6 as 3rd place is coming up, just passing boy 5 at the moment. I believe Diana Dimchenko still just holding on to that 3rd place position for Concord Rowing Club Ukraine.
It's good to see how everybody managed to hold their line into this windier corner coming up to the 4th turning point, the 3rd and 4th turning point, sorry, in the sense that these boats, because they're so much lighter, are going to be more affected by the wind on the surface. But everybody seems to have managed to compensate for that nicely, keep a good line and make all the marks they needed to without having too many big corrections to make.
And here comes Sheena Healy for Arklow Rowing Club in 4th place. She's had a great race here, navigating through those challenging clashes at turning point 1 and then just really settling into her own rhythm now and holding on to 4th place behind the Ukrainian.
The leaders now well into the shelter of the fort, which will mean much, much easier conditions for them. Shallower water, more settled water because of that. And once they're around that final mark, it's going to be a nice run home. A little upwind, but everybody seems to have enough space around them that they won't be under too much pressure, and they can just keep their pace, keep momentum, and hold their position, I think.
Coming around the corner here now then for boys 6, Miriam Sheehan for Castleton Bear Rowing Club Ireland, just ahead of Spain's Carlota Gonzalez-Gil for Mediterranean de Malaga. That's the 5 and 6 positions there. 10 is what we're looking for, so we'll keep a keen eye on Austria's Katharina Lobnig, her sister Magdalena Lobnig, world famous single sculler, sadly sitting up in the cafe, I'm sure, with a cast on her leg, unable to compete this weekend. So I'm sure she'll be supporting her sister coming into the closing stages, just leading ahead of Maria Percarrea of Spain's Marclot de Lilo El Campaneo.
It really is a stunning backdrop to these final stages of the race. 16th century fort in the background as everybody rows across through this wind. Bows nice and high as they're going down the swell. Really, really nice pace, boat speed, and couldn't really think for a more dramatic final 100 meters or a few hundred meters, could you?
Such a beautiful setting. Oeiras has hosted us so excellently through the last week, also for the sprint and running into this endurance event for the Coastal Championships. Coming through in 9th place at the moment, Rita Faria from Infante, Portugal, just ahead of current 10th place, Dana Duter for the USA. So looking to be just out of the running for progression onto the A final. We've got Great Britain's Marie Guingua for Exmouth Rowing Club, currently in 11th, just ahead of GB3, Kath Coleman-Jones for Southampton Rowing Club. Those are positions trailing at the back of the pack, just off qualification for the A final position, and behind Kath Coleman-Jones we've got Germany's Annika Sophie Salvicek, currently riding in 12th, but I believe the leaders now coming in sight of the beach, so let's see how they get on, launching themselves out of the boat and running up to the finishing line.
Thanks, Peter and James. And I believe the beach will get very loud now with the wall of noise. Let's hear it for our athletes coming in. And it's Jessica Berra for France, for Endika Rowing Club, hitting the beach first with a comfortable margin. Coming to the beach, safe exit here, and our fantastic boat handlers immediately take the boat away. Second to come in should be Sweden. Indeed, it's Maria Berg from Helsingborg, who have also hosted a World Rowing Coastal Championships a few years back. Maria Berg now making her way to the finish line, carrying the transponder with her. And here's the congratulations between two great athletes, France and Sweden, safely qualified for the A final. Third boat is a little bit back. That should be indeed Diana Dimchenko, who struggled so much on turning point 1, but then made her way to pass most of the field on the long leg against the wind, playing out all her power and endurance. Diana Dimchenko, the reigning world champion from Concord, Ukraine, reigning world rowing coastal champion, with a great sprint here. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, on the beach, and maybe even at home on worldrowing.com. Give her a big hand, and here we are, Diana Dimchenko in third place, qualified for the A final.
E temos então a vencer a francesa Jessica Berra do Endika, e em segundo lugar da Suécia é Maria Berg do clube Helsingborg. Para a terceira posição, a atual campeã do mundo do clube Concorde, a Diana Dimchenko.
Next up, coming to the beach, is Arklow Rowing Club Island 1. Fiona Haley now on the beach and making her way to the finish line, also with a safe qualification slot here earned, and crossing the line in 4th position in this round 2, heat number 1 of the women's coastal solo.
E a chegar à quarta posição para a irlandesa Fiona Haley do Arklow Rowing Club.
So that was Miriam Sheehan from Castletown Rowing Club Island 3, coming in 5th. Then we have Spain 4. That's Mediterranean de Malaga. That's Carlota Gonzalez Gil coming in. we are with Katharina Lobnik from Völkermarkt Ruder Club from Austria, Austria 2. Next one to come in is Spain. In having caught the penalties of 60 seconds, has to wait a little bit, so not sure about the direct qualification here. That was the Maria Angeles Porcaria.
Para a espanhola Maria Ángeles Porcaria a fazer uma penalização de 60 segundos antes de entrar.
Here we are in for a good parallel sprint between the USA and Great Britain. I don't know which club it is at the moment, but I'll tell you right away. It's Great Britain 7 actually. Marie Dinguin from Express Rowing Club. Oh yeah, so there we have the other penalty for Rita Faria of Portugal 2, also being resolved, and then the umpire will release the athlete right on the second when the penalty is finished. So we have 9 boats now in. Great Britain 7 was the last one to cross it. Who's going to be number 10 direct qualifier? And it's indeed Spain 4. Who
Great Britain 3 arriving is Catherine Cart Coleman Jones from Southampton Rowing Club. Chega também a nossa portuguesa Rita Faria do Infante.
So Germany, Ruder Club Alemannia, Annika Sophie Salvicek coming in 12th position. So we have Southampton Rowing Club, GB3 that was, Catherine Cass Coleman Jones. Sorry, that was Bryony Jones, of course. Apologies, Lianon Warriors Rowing Club. Coming in the lucky ranking number 13, lucky number. So just to inform you also in the background you might see fours. Yes indeed, the second heat of the women's quad is to be underway shortly, of course only after the last single sculler has been seen on the beach safely. So it's back-to-back action here on the waters before this beautiful beach in Oeiras, Portugal, hosting us so well, as Peter said. Fantastic organizing committee, fantastic boat handlers, helpers, and of course fantastic crews from clubs from all over the world coming here to race and brave the waves.
Faltam 10 minutos para a próxima partida. Vamos para o quadril feminino Couto Mineiro dentro de 10 minutos.
So just over 10 minutes until we already see the next start here. On the screen you still have the replays of this round 2, heat number 1 of the women's solo. And of course the athletes, they mainly use the same pool of boats, so that's why we have the gaps between the heats of the same boat class here. So very shortly we see more heats of the women's solo. So the heat 2 will be at 5 p.m. Portugal time. And again we have 10 qualifiers for the A final out of the second heat.
Shade.
middle. We have the tide going out. So boats have been pushed quite a bit on this first stretch, which is not that too long, but with a strong current, actually you could have like 50 meters or even more of an angle there, coming up very quickly after the start. So the start for the heat 2, round 2 of the women's quads, coming up very shortly in about 5 minutes time, less than 5 minutes actually. And so we can start introducing the crews in a moment. So here we are with the crews competing in this Heat 2, round 2 race in the women's quads of the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in Oeiras in Portugal. We have Denmark, Danske Studentes Row Club.
And we have Spain number 1 with the Mediterráneo de Málaga.
Spain 3 is here, Regatas de Alicante.
And Spain 5, Real Club Náutico de Torrevieja.
We have Cassis from France.
France 3, Chambéry.
Yes, so Cassis is France 1. France 5 is in the race, also Cassis.
And Great Britain 2, Runcorn Rowing Club.
Great Britain 4 is University of London Touring Club.
And Germany 2, Ruder Club, Almanian von 1866.
I admire you so much. Your German is so much better than my Portuguese. So Ireland 2, Cairndhu Rowing Club.
And Ireland 4, Passage West Rowing Club.
So we continue with Monaco, Société Nautique Monaco.
E de Portugal, o Nova Rowing para Portugal 2 e Portugal 4, a Associação Naval de Lisboa, ANL.
Yeah, so Nova Rowing and Naval Lisboa for Portugal, 2 and 4. Switzerland, Ruder Club Zurich, with also some Olympic and World Championship rowers on flatwater rowing on board here.
And from the United States of America, Blair Island Aquatic Center.
So that's 17 boats altogether, should be on the water. And the start is still just over 3 minutes away, and I'm pretty sure our colleagues from the jury will hoist the 3 balls indicating the 3 minutes. And indeed, as I say this, that's what they do right on the second. 3 balls indicating 3 minutes left, 2 balls, 2 red and white balls indicating 2 minutes left, and then with 1 minute to go, we have just 1 ball left. And then when that falls, that's the visual signal actually for the crews. And this is combined with a hooting signal. So even if you miss the sound, you'll still be able on a long distance to see the ball falling. And that's your get-go. Guys, I don't know what you think, but I think it's such a thrill to see this great mix of athletes from club rowers to Olympians, all sharing the same passion for open water rowing, for coastal rowing, and competing against each other, also across many age groups here assembled in these boats. This morning we had our oldest rower at 64 years of age, and that's just fantastic to be out here competing against each other. This is a unique thing about the World Rowing Coastal Championships. It's a club championship. Still, you represent your country with pride.
Doesn't matter age. E a próxima competição vai ser o quadril feminino continental. A representar as cores nacionais vai estar o Nova Rowing Club e a ANL. Nova com a Ana Maria Gaudêncio, a Inês Costa, a Rita Rock Club, a Maria Teresa Felício e o Vítor Fernandes. E da Associação Naval de Lisboa, da ANL, Ana Santos, Catarina Vieira, Madalena Ferreira, Henrique Ilhargo Ferreira e Emily Anderson.
We've just seen the umpire moving very quickly. There's no talk of zonal umpiring under these conditions, so the umpires have to move. And we will cut the sound very shortly to give room for the umpire that will be the starter of this race in about 30 seconds. So it seems we have a start here, although I was not sure a moment ago. But all crews definitely are rowing now. So it seems to be a correct start here. So let's hear it from our commentators, James and Peter.
Well, I tell you what, Sebastian, fast start for France 3, where we've got Chambéry Club Nautique making a break for it, along with Denmark trying to go with them as well. Both up there over 36 strokes a minute. Denmark actually tipping nearly 40. And that's earned them a bit of a lead at the moment. France 3 just poking their nose out in front, but the rest of the pack, impossible to split them. And we're going to see this almighty convergence, as we have done in the previous races, coming up towards 10.1.
An almighty convergence is the right word, Peter, but what I want to know is it going to be an almighty disturbance as well, like it was last time. You know, they're getting out once again into the deeper water, and easier navigation, obviously, with a forward-facing member of crew, able to make that call, but so easy to misjudge, and a sort of tactic and heading that works for the first half of this leg doesn't necessarily work for the second half as well.
That's right, Poland 5, Portugal 5, just trying to keep over on this side, Portugal 2 in fact. The Nova Rowing Club keeping well onto this side, because this is all about the experience of that coxswain when it comes to the steering, because they're the one who's going to be thinking about navigating those moving currents, and if they point directly at that buoy, they'll be drifted and dragged continually westward as they move towards it, which is what we saw in the previous solo race, where they all found themselves with a pinch and a very tight corner to try and get back up to that turning point. So the wisest coxers out there will be trying to keep them right up on the easterly side of this buoy, heading towards it and be aiming ever so slightly ahead of it. Now, it's France 5 who are starting to make a great push on this side here, just trying to close in on Ireland. So France 5, Cassis Aviron Club Nautique, just trying to pull in ahead of Passage West Rowing Club, who are just holding out on this side of the course. These ones are really trying to make their way over. In fact, Passage West are heading off in a slightly different direction to the rest of the crews. I think they're trying to get that navigation right so that they don't converge in on everybody else around the turning point.
I think we've got exactly the same thing we had before. A lot of people end up down tight to the right of the mark, and it means that they're having to come in at quite a sharp angle, and that's fine for a bit, extra meters rowed, but the real issue is when they're coming in almost perpendicular. See a couple of collisions there already. As people have had that exact thing happen, they come in, you know, a very steep angle to the rest of the fleet, and then struggle to line up and make a clear pass.
So here comes this corner, a couple of crews getting tangled up on their way around it. Difficult to get a clean corner on. Currently in fourth place, we've got Spain's Regata de Alicante, nearly getting tangled up in it. Ireland 2, just crashing into the coxswain of Spain 5. For the Real Club Nautique Torrevieja. They're safely around that now. A bit of turmoil, Switzerland pushing the stern round of Portugal 2, but they've just managed to correct for that, as a couple of boats here, I think, realise they've missed the buoy and are having to go back round. Germany 2 having to circle back round, as are Monaco. That's not what they'll be wanting to happen at this early stage. We've seen it in just about every race so far. The coxswain's missing the buoy. They'll want to fix that toot sweet. And that puts Germany 2 at the back of the field now. All boats around, Germany 2 trailing at the back of the field as the leaders start to make their way up to turning point 2.
I mean, if anything, the effects of that and that misjudgment was almost more extreme than last time. We had people rowing back down leg 2 that as people were rowing up it towards the next mark again. And that's remarkable to see how far off you can be, even when it's that close. The mark's right on the ends as you come out to it of a headland, so it can be quite difficult to get a good transit to make sure you're holding a good heading, even if you're not pointing at it. Because in conditions like this, sometimes the route you want to be rowing is not actually pointing at the mark at all. It could be 30, 40 degrees off even, and that can be a hard thing to appreciate when you can see where you want to go right ahead of you.
Wind feels like it's picking up in this westerly direction, but France 3 now a bit of clean space here. Portugal 2 trying to row in on them, and Great Britain 2 alongside them. We're currently riding with the 9th, 10th and 11th in this field. But I think these crews now will be settling in to this 1.1k burn up towards buoy number 2. Just trying to settle into that rhythm. Let's have a look at how these hulls are handling this change in the waves that they're experiencing compared to the first leg.
Well, it's a burnout, but it's certainly a wet burnout, if there's such a thing. There's a very lot of spray coming over the deck, very sharp chop again, and again, these quads seem to be the ones that get the worst of it, just in terms of the weight of the boat, some big impacts coming down, and the length of the boat, meaning that they don't quite come down the back of the last wave before they're up into the next one again. It'll be really hard to manage keeping the blades in the water all at the same time when you've got such different levels of water between the bow and the stern of the boat.
Yeah, keeping clean blade work and even power curves across the 4 athletes. Really difficult stuff. Quite a few here, I think, from one stroke, they're skying their blades because they're anticipating a wave coming in, but then they miss half the stroke because by the time their blades come down, they're in the trough of the wave and they just miss half of the stroke. So keeping that consistent power on and the boat speed up, so difficult to maintain that momentum through every stroke. But they've settled into this rhythm here quite cleanly, moving up towards turning point 2.
I think it'll be the teams that have spent the most time on the water in these conditions that will have perfected the best technique to handle this sort of thing, because it's so different to any other sort of rowing. And a lot of the time it feels completely unnatural to have your hands at completely different heights just to be able to keep both blades in the water at the same time. And unless you've spent time rowing in it, it's really hard to appreciate what you've got to do to handle it.
Speaking of which, now James, you recently rowed around Great Britain. When did that finish?
We started on the 10th of July and finished in mid-August. It was 43 days of non-stop, unassisted rowing around Britain. So we rowed 24/7. We had a much more gentle pace than this to maintain. It was very much a marathon, not a sprint. But we certainly experienced these conditions as an absolute minimum, really, and everything up to 5-6 metre waves around the top of Scotland. So I can absolutely sympathise with what these guys are going through.
Not easy dealing with these swells, but this is, whilst it's 4K, it's endurance coastal rowing, it's certainly more of a sprint round the island race, so they'll be going for speed here, and it's quite tough for them to maintain that with these choppy conditions, but at least this will give them a little bit of experience for what might come in the latter rounds of competition, should it stay this blustery and this choppy in the rounds to come. Bit of a push coming through from France 5, trying to move up alongside, that's Cassis Aviron, move up through Monaco and close in on Spain 5 as well. But otherwise the field rather spread out, no real changes in the positions as we come up to turning point 2.
It's interesting to see that it's a really well-spaced field, actually. We've got no real kind of outlier at the back. It's just really evenly spread. A couple of boat lengths between most boats, except some in the middle, but goes to show they're all handling the conditions well and all maintaining their own pace. I just think a lot was lost and won at that mark again, with people having to go back on themselves, just as we've seen previously. Such a tricky bit to get right. Some big crashes and big spray up towards the second mark. This is where the chop's the worst. It's the most exposed bit. We've got the wind funneling across the bay, the swell coming in, the tide running, all of that combining to make really difficult conditions. Very mixed, very sloppy. It'll be hard work for everybody, including the Coxes, to try and keep the boats heading as best they can into these.
Leading crews now passing around turning point 2. Bit of a jostle for the front of the field, just missing each other as they make that bend into towards turning point 3. Spain 2 currently riding in 5th place. That's Spain 5, Real Club Náutico Torrevieja. Ahead of Ireland's Passage West and Cairndhu Rowing Club.
I think it's going to be interesting to watch how Spain 5 and is that France 5 behind them handle this mark. They're almost neck and neck here, just starting to converge down. So if there's any potential for a clash, this is where I see it. Everybody else seems to have a bit of free water around them for now. Seems to have closed up a bit at the front, actually. I think some of the advantage that the boat's got for coming cleanly around that first mark may have dissipated slightly with the more challenging conditions. Looks a lot more packed than it was leaving the first mark on this leg.
but they'll at least be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief knowing that they're heading back inshore. Of course, this being the 4K course, when it comes to the A finals, which many of these crews will be eager to progress towards, they'll be doing the 6K course, and this turning point will be much further out into the
So we can see the crews here battling out there, mastering the waves, but a very good and steady rhythm here. Should be the crew from France, actually, in the picture, I think, although it's really hard to tell from the screen. A very good and even rhythm here. Gives for some even boat speed as well, as far as you can do that in these circumstances here. A beautiful light, really. But it's really hard when you're down and at the bottom of the wave to gauge the next buoy. But here, of course, we have the coxswain doing this. But when you're in the double or in the single, this is one of the challenges that you face out there, watching and gauging the next buoy.
E já estamos bem lá no meio no ponto de viragem para a próxima ronda. França e Mónaco e Espanha eram as embarcações que estavam um pouco mais à frente. Ainda não conseguimos confirmar bem as posições exatas, mas tínhamos também a Dinamarca não muito longe deste alinhamento.
So we had Spain 5, Ireland, Monaco, and France 5 in the leading pack when we got our last rankings from the commentators, from James Scott, our rowing and sailing commentator, if you will. He doesn't commentate on sailing as far as I know, but he does for rowing now after this experience of rowing around Britain non-stop. What a challenge they faced. And as he said, a lot higher waves on that stretch, 43 days around Great Britain. So that's why he can read the waves and the wind and the currents so well.
Yeah, 42 days non-stop, 24/7. With a low pace than this, but big waves, I think, because Britain is not the thing we have here in Oeiras. I think this is very calm for them, but
yeah.
It's a great help for them here to be a boat commentator.
Yeah, absolutely, and he does a great job there. You have to sleep sometimes as well, and so you sleep in a very small compartment in the bow and in the back of the boat.
But there were two, correct?
No, there were 6 actually.
6? Ah, okay.
Yeah, so
you
3
can...
rowing and 3 resting, as I understood it. And here's a lot of people resting on the beach. Good to have you here. It's an open beach now. The people from Oeiras love to come to this beautiful stretch beach, which they were so kind to lend us for these World Rowing Coastal Championships in 2021 here.
Agradecer então ao público de Oeiras por nos receber de braços abertos a esta que é a 13ª edição do Campeonato do Mundo de Remo de Mar. Vamos aproveitar bem o dia, ainda está um bom sol, e dar alguma força aos nossos remadores.
So just under 15 minutes into this race, so boats are heading for the next turning point. And so we should have more, maybe like 5-6 minutes more of racing, as the boats have to come around 2 more buoys and then come in to the beach to have a beach finish. And as we've seen it before, the runner has to jump out of the boat and carry the transponder across the finish line to actually clock their team in and get the ranking. Top
And now you can see the fort down there with our Portuguese flag and the boat Spain 5, Real Club Náutico de Torrevieja with Alexandra Redrondo, Laura Galvan, Miranda Pujante, and Juan Gonzalez, and also Alicia Sanchez Hernandez from Real Club Náutico de Torrevieja was the pictures that we have on our screen with this big fort that we have here.
So in the background we have Estoril and Cascais.
Yeah, down
Far
there.
in the background, two more beautiful places when you want to visit this beautiful stretch of coastline.
Our coastline is very beautiful. Not even where the river ends here in the Tajo River ends here on the very close to the beach. But we are very thankful for all the crowd inside to help us a little bit on this big event. And they are almost being shown up there in the corner of the fort so we can see them back.
Yeah, so this is the penultimate turning point here. It was going to be a straight downwind stretch, and so we had our set of commentators right alongside the race. Peter, how is it looking like?
Spain 1 out in front, Mediterráneo de Malaga leading ahead of Great Britain 4, where we've got Tyrian Club currently in second, France 3 in third coming through this point here, Chambéry Club Nautique leading ahead of Denmark in fourth place. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 go through to the A final. So inbound now we can see Spain 3, that's Regatas de Alicante ahead of Monaco. So that's 5 and 6. And then coming in behind them, we've got Ireland 2's Cairndhu Rowing Club for 7th place. Crucial positions now as we get into 8, 9 and 10 to see who's going to progress through to that A final.
Really interesting to see on this last leg but one, how much closer the fleet is, how much more packed it is. Every other race we've seen so far, there's been quite a gap, insurmountable gaps it seems between boats, but on this one I think there may well be a place or two to be made just in that final stretch, certainly at the front of the fleet.
And the keen dividing line that we'll be watching as France 5 passes turning point 6. Cassis is between positions 10 and 11.
I imagine it's been a very, very good last little leg here, because between the 3rd and 6th point, the boats are downwind, much bigger boats for the quads, which means they'll be catching that windage and appreciating now having a tailwind far, far more than any of the rest of the boats.
Spain 5 in 9th place here, coming up to point 6. That, as you say, James, that tailwind. Coxed here for Spain 5, Real Club Náutico Torrevieja, where we've got Juan Galán González still giving it some. And 10th place then, currently held by Switzerland 1, where we've got Ruder Club Zurich coming in for 10th, and not too far their stern, Germany not out of a chance with rowing through them here, passing turning point 6. There's perhaps 3 lengths separating them from a position through to that A final. Ruder Club Alemania currently in 11th place. Now I'm sure the leaders are up on the beach, Sebastian.
Yes, indeed, they're coming here. It's our Spanish rowing friend, Spain 1, Regata Club Mediterráneo de Málaga. And here comes the jump from the boat. Well done. Boat's coming around. And again, crews, please help all together with the boat handlers to get the boats from the position. And here we have Marta de las Heras Jambrino coming through the finish line, taking the win here for Spain 1. Quite close approaches here to the beach. Please make way for the crews coming in. A little bit of a surf here. So here we are, Great Britain 4 coming in. Great Britain 4, that's University of London Tyrian Boat Club, Louise Cox probably. No, it was Alessandra French here taking the crew and taking 2nd place for Great Britain 4. A good sprint also from France coming up. So France 3 coming in third position, then it's Denmark indeed in fourth, so they have all secured their spot in the A final. So next one coming in is Monaco. So Monaco in sixth place. Another sprint to the beach now for Ireland. That's Joy McNeil for Ireland 2 Cairndhu Rowing Club. Ireland 2 in seventh place has to see. So Benedict Guérin for France 5. That's Cassis. Cassis coming in eighth position here. A whole bunch of crews now at the last turning points, and another 3 crews coming in on the beach very shortly. So again, boat handlers and crews and teammates help together securing the boats. This is great teamwork here. Thank you very much. Oh, there's a wave turning the bow around from a boat approaching the beach. But both crews have managed to avoid a collision. Germany and Switzerland here fighting for ranks number 10 and 11, whereas Spain coming in. That was Spain 5, Torrevieja. It's a sprint to the line, and it's indeed the Germans who have just taken it. Rank number 10 from Switzerland. Total exhaustion here, 4 kilometers battling waves and winds, and then the final run also. Switzerland coming in 11th place. Yeah, and you can see it on the right corner of your picture, the boat handlers and crew members helping together to get those boats secured out of the wash from the waves, and also making way for the other crews. So here's another set. Another crew from Great Britain coming in. Have you identified it, Ignacio? Who is this? Oh, Great Britain 2.
Yeah, Great Britain 2. It's a Rock and Roll Club.
There's no Great Britain 2 there.
Yeah, Susan Slipstick. Aí também outra portuguesa, Maria Gaudêncio.
So Portugal coming in rank number 13, followed by the USA, 14th place. Portugal again. It's all yours, Ignacio.
Sim, foi Ana Ferreira a chegar.
And then France 1 coming in. France 1, Cassis.
Ora, tivemos então a Espanha com o Mediterrâneo da La Maga a chegar-se na frente com esta corrida final da Marta Jambrino. Em segundo lugar ficou da Inglaterra, University London Tierran Club, para a segunda posição. O terceiro lugar foi Chambéry, França 3, com
Yes. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, please observe, do not swim towards the boats. We have a swimmer there. Please do not swim to the boats. That's just not the thing to do here at the World Rowing Coastal Championships. So please come back if you're between the beach line and the boats about to start. Thank you very much. And
ora, a todos aqueles que têm estado aqui na praia a assistir, muito obrigado. Relembro que não devem nadar na zona assinalada onde estão a sair os barcos. Apenas do lado direito, encostado ao forte, podem fazê-lo. Aqui não o façam porque pode ser perigoso, temos barcos a chegar ainda.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a 10 minutes delay coming up. Some adjustments here on the buoys on the course. Everything needs to be perfectly laid out for the rowers. So a 10 minutes delay, which means that we are not starting at 16:30 or 4:30 in English terms, but at 4:40. So 16:40. Yeah, so even the buoys, well maintained, can lose air, as do the rowers sometimes lose their breath. So buoy number 1 needs to be readjusted, which gives for the 10 minutes delay that we aim for at the moment. So new start time for the second heat of the men's double will be 4:40.
Ora, o início desta segunda competição vai ter um atraso de 10 minutos sensivelmente. Temos que ajustar aqui algumas boias para o início, aliás, colocar algum ar e prepará-los, tal e qual como os remadores também perdem algum ar. As nossas boias durante o dia também têm que ser reajustadas e a boia número 1 já estava ali com alguma dificuldade. Por isso, não vamos começar às 16h30, mas sim, esperamos nós às 16h40. Uma vez mais, obrigado a todos aqueles que vieram até à praia aqui, a Oeiras, à Praia da Torre, não só para desfrutar de um belo dia de praia, ouvindo aqui os nossos comentários e podendo assistir no ecrã gigante o direto, que também está a acontecer em worldrowing.com, por isso quem quiser depois continuar a ver pode fazê-lo. Quem está na praia, obrigado por estarem aqui a dar alguma força. Relembro que devem nadar apenas do lado direito, fora da área da competição, para que seja mais fácil. E para todos aqueles que estão nas áreas de competição, não só a trabalhar, mas também algumas equipas, vamos manter as nossas máscaras colocadas.
So what a great afternoon of racing we have had so far after this great morning also with the 2 races. But this afternoon we've already seen 4 races, 2 heats of the women's quadruple scull, the coastal version, and then 1 heat of the coastal men's double and 1 heat of the coastal women's double. 3 more to go though. We've got a packed program until the last race will be started at 5:45 at the moment. So we look forward to seeing the coastal men's doubles underway shortly, which means in about 7 minutes from now at 4:40. So about 1.5 hours of action here on the beach in Oeiras. Then we also see the second heat of round 2 of the coastal women's solo. So let's look forward to all this racing action coming up very shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the action. Crews have been waiting a little longer than they had expected. Well, let's hear the names of the crews competing. We have Austria, Lia Wien, Juri Tsuchak and Alexander Maderna.
And Denmark, DSR, Morten Olof Nielsen and John Christenberg.
You take the next 3 as well because they're Spanish. Come on.
Spanish. Club Remo de Niño, Jesús Álvarez y Rodrigo Romero.
That's
España
Spain
number
3.
Yeah, España number 6 es Mediterráneo de Málaga con Juan Lara y Manuel Díaz. Y España número 7, Real Club Náutico de Gandia y Lucas Bazham.
That leaves Finland 2 for me. Takon Sutajat is the rowing club, and then Jukka-Pekka Kauppi and Ville-Pekka Mekale.
And from Great Britain 1, Hollowell, Sculls, Team Finmore, and Sheen Sinclair.
Great Britain 4 in the race, City of Bristol Rowing Club with Alexander Fawcett and Alexander Heslop.
And Great Britain 5, Baxwell Dill Rowing Club with Mark Mitchell and Willem Dennis.
Germany 3, now it's for me to announce the Germans. Schülerruderige Sportschule im Olympiapark Pölschau-Schule. You will all laugh about my Mika Richter and Adrian Groth.
Good. From Greece, Omlios Philum Thalasis, Ganesh Bania, and Petros Georgos Ravanis.
Ireland 3 is in the race. Killurin, Kilmac-Simon Rowing Clubs, and the rowers are David Duggan and Tom Stafford.
And Ireland number 5, Arklow Rowing Club, Padrai Kinsella and Adam Nail.
Then we have Italy 4, Speranza is the rowing club, and it's Giovanni Michele Cambiaso and Salvatore Giardino.
Yeah,
2
and
minutes.
Monaco 2, it's Antoine Bordero and Jean-Charles Moore.
Norske Studentes Row Club from Norway 2, Magnus Harju and Jens Koren.
De Portugal, o Fluvial Portuense com José Canha e Mateus Bianchi Costa.
Stockholm and Höganäs Rowing Clubs from Sweden 1, Dennis Gustafsson and Eskil Borg.
And Hue, it's Amria Cultural and Sports Club, and Hamed Kahanis Halmadi and Kahamis Gram Al-Shamsi.
Great to see the athletes from the United Arab Emirates making their way here to Portugal, and the same goes for the United States of America, the New Orleans Rowing Club, John Happy and John Albright. So that's the lineup here, 16 boats, and let's see who will be, no, it's more than 16 boats actually, it's 20 boats, but let's see who will get the qualification right here in this heat 2 of round 2. 1 minute to go. So that means for Ignacio and myself to stop talking and let the starter take over.
So it was a great and clean start for all the competitors. This doubles are very fast also, the small boats than the fourth, so that means they will navigate a little bit better than the big boats. So they are lined up for the first boyo.
Yeah, so and we have our set of commentators, our team of commentators on the boat. James and Peter, how is it looking?
Well, it's a good start for Great Britain 5. Bexhill and Deal Rowing Club out to the early lead. Going with them, though, we've got Germany 3. So that's the Sportschule Olympic Park, currently in second place. Not leaving behind Sweden, currently in third. That's Dennis Gustafsson and Eskil Borg. Eskil Borg, the world-famous coastal rower, so we'd expect to find them up at the front. And then the rest of the pack pretty tightly condensed as we make our way up to this first buoy. So the only ones who are really pushing over to the eastern side of this first leg are Finland 2 and Spain 3. It's Finland 2 from the Takon Sutajev club alongside Spain 3, where we've got from the club Remo Dominio Gonzalez Alvarez and Conde Romero. So they've pulled right over onto the easterly side of the field, but still out in front. Great Britain now actually getting rode through by Germany. So Germany, then Sweden, then Great Britain out at the front of the field.
I think from my perspective here, Germany 3 have the real advantage. There was a bit of a competition with GBR5 there to try and get past them, but they've got past them clear, and now they've got a bit of space around them. It'll be interesting to see, just as we have before though, a lot of boats, a long way down tide already, and they're all going to have a long way to come back up into this tide. Got a couple of outliers further back on the fleet, but they've definitely got the advantage in terms of not having to come back up into the tide. And as we've seen before, that makes a real difference. And it might feel like they're a long way back now, but they could well find themselves a long way ahead as soon as we get here.
Do you know what, James? I'd love to see if any of these guys have their Strava turned on and see what that looks like on the map, the route that they'll be taking, because they'll be taking a real sort of westerly arc out toward this first buoy. All of them, I'm sure, whilst in the race, thinking that they're taking the most direct route. But coming up to the turning point now, we're going to see a pinch here as we see Sweden and Germany almost exactly level approaching this buoy. Sweden just on the inside of it. They clip their blades on the way round. And then we've got Great Britain in third, Germany 3 second, Spain 3 taking fourth place. So Spain 3, the Club Remo Domino, and then Portugal 3 coming round. And things have tightened up. Here comes Austria, Yuri Suchak, Alexander Maderna. Fantastic performance from them here. They round the buoy with no issue whatsoever, trying to close in on Italy 4, who are currently in 6th place behind Portugal 3. So Italy 4, that's where we've got Speranza just closing in on Portugal 3's Fluvial Portuense. And then in 7th place, we've got Austria's Liavin, the Pizza and Prosecco king in the stroke seat, Yuri Suchak, his partner Alexander Maderna, now cleanly round. Behind them, Finland 2. So Finland took that safe tactic there, James. They came around the inside, but they found themselves losing a few places as they come around the buoy.
Yeah, I think in general it was a much cleaner rounding, except the last few boats now we see have got quite tangled up. There's a bit of a stoppage there, but only a couple of boats, a much cleaner transition from leg 1 into leg 2 for the bulk of the fleet, and as such it's a lot more tightly packed the whole way from the front to the back. I think some people, there's some different tactics. A couple of them stop and spin the boat on the spot almost. A couple try and maintain the momentum and bring the bow up, but they're bringing the bow up into the wind, so that can actually take longer than you think as the wind on the starboard bow just keeps blowing it that further down, a little bit down.
So currently in 10th place, Spain 6. That's where we've got Mediterranean de Malaga leading ahead of Monaco 2's Société Nautique Monaco, and then Ireland's Arklow Rowing Club. That's Patrick Kinsella and Adam Neal. Now it's the first 6 that go through to the A final. 7 through 13 go through to the B final, with the exception that the 2 fastest 7th places from these 3 heats will also go to the A final, and then the fastest 14th place will go through to the B final, and the rest are eliminated. So it's quite a tough progression system. And then as these boats make their way up towards turning point 2, we'll bring you the latest of the action. It's interesting to see how they're now settling in to these slightly choppier conditions than they experienced on their way out to turning point 1.
And choppier they are, and choppier they're getting. I think the wind started to build, and it's making it for really challenging rowing. We're along Ireland 5 from Arklow Rowing Club, and you can see the 2 lads here having to put their arms at massively different heights and able to maintain good contact with the blades in the water. And you know, that's the same the whole way up the fleet, probably even worse for the front runners now as they're getting into the worst of the chop. It will get worse and worse up until the 2nd mark, and then they'll all breathe a nice big sigh of relief, and they'll have a cross swell, slightly upwinds, but much more manageable trip up to the 3rd mark and in towards the beach. If they can pick it out from the beach with this sort of chop, it can be really difficult to have your head above waves even. For us, some points even, it's hard to tell there are boats out there at all. You can just see the caps, and that gives a sense of how choppy it really is, something that's so hard to tell from the beach. The sea always looks so flat from a higher vantage point, but when you're out here and down here at almost the same level as these athletes, you can really sympathise for them and what a challenge it is.
Yeah, so difficult now as the conditions really hot up, passing the Fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras. Not much changing up at the front of the field. Germany dropped back though to 3rd place behind Spain and Great Britain. Portugal 3 in 4th, Italy 4 in 5th, and then Austria currently in 6th place. out in front though, just continuing to surge on. They're having a great race in the lead here. This is Sweden's Eskil Borg and Dennis Gustafsson of Stockholm. Fantastic performance, so highly experienced in these challenging coastal conditions, leading the way. They've got perhaps 3 lengths of clear water up on Great Britain, who are leading Spain by a length.
Challenging these conditions are as we've come back into the battle.
Attention. And it's a total washdown for Sultana. This boat is absolutely waterlogged. Alfonso Santos is running away with it now. Men's solo. Gold medal. Gold for Santos. For the silver medal for the junior men's. Alfonso Santos! Hopefully they'll get the navigation absolutely bang on. It's an awesome lead here, and she gets a wave to ride in on. A fantastic race for both. Dueto competição tivemos aqui. Hello, Bell. Haji Mohammed. Then it's all to play for, gold or silver. France now to have the length behind Spain. Another one for Spain in this weekend of racing at a big spring gold. Here comes Sweden. Oeiras for the team of Oeiras. He's coming out here. It's title. Junior women's double. Sweden Oeiras. Sarah Carlin for Sweden. They take the gold in the 2021 World Rank Sprint final for the junior women's double. A super performance. Coming down between the boys now, pulling out to a 2-length lead. To take the gold medal for France and the World Championship title in the junior mixed double. Here comes Brian O'Leary to cheer. Start only a quarter of a length or so down in the first words for the first slalom boys. Final, the gold medal final of the mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls event. Spain leading by perhaps a length. We have Ramon Gomez Cotilla coming in to take the win for Spain in the coastal mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls. They take the gold. There we go. Another sprint and leap to the buzzer on the finish line here, folks. So Ander Martin, it looks like he's going to be out of the boat first. Ludovic Dubuis is just... It's a challenging dismount for France, but Ander Martin knows he's got it. Spain takes the win in this 2021 World Rank Beach Sprint Final for the mixed double sculls. Sprint Final champions.
Vencedores da medalha de ouro e campeões mundiais da remo mar nos Beach Sprint Finals 2021,
Spain! Here we go, the A final for the men's solo, and it's a fantastically fast start for the sprinter Giovanni. That could not have been faster for the Italian. He's already 4 strokes in. Borg just getting up to speed here now. So here comes Giovanni Ficola for Italy, gold medalist in the men's solo. A fantastic performance. So much support, and coming in for silver medal, Borg for Norway. A great race for him, silver medal. Representing Italy, Giovanni Ficola. There we have it, we're underway with the last race of the 2021 World Rank Beach Sprint Finals here in Oeiras, Canada, France, Brienne Miller and Maya Cornu d'Anjou. And it's such a quick start for Cornu d'Anjou. Absolutely everything on it. It's Canada by a fraction of a second. Half a second of it. 2:43.9 to Canada. Half a second. Brienne Miller, world champion in the women's solo.
Challenging conditions out there for both the colleagues that get you all the footage, all the beautiful.
I'm here with David Hussey, who's coxing the Ireland 5 quad, which has some pretty top-level athletes in it. David, tell us, who's racing in that quad with you?
Yeah, so what we have in the Ireland 5 quad, we have Ronan Byrne, he's just home from the Olympics, he was in a double. Alex Byrne, he was in the World Under-23s, they medalled, and the other two lads in the boat, Stephen Sullivan, Kieran Brady, they're also international athletes, have rowed in the coupe as juniors. So we've a pretty powerful crew. They're from the same club in Shandon in Cork, so they're well used to rowing together, and as mostly flat water athletes, but they're really itching to give this coastal rowing a go.
And you've been doing coastal rowing for some time. How long have you been doing it, and how did you get into it?
I probably started coastal rowing maybe about over 30 years ago in the fixed seats, and then transitioned over to the FISA rowing in Lima. Lima in Peru was the first go in the single in 2015, and from there on the sport has just snowballed into the event we have here. We're on a beach here just surrounded by boats, surrounded by nations and crews, and it's growing and becoming more and more popular. And we heard today a press release there about the 2028 Olympics. There's a lot more certainty about that event now, so we're delighted with the progression of coastal.
It's amazing. And now with your experience, when it comes to being out there on the water, how would you describe what it's like for those at home?
You've got all the elements required of coastal on the water. You have a drift, you have a serious current, maybe between 4 and 6 knots. You have a breeze blowing, and you also have a very tricky course to navigate. You have about 1 kilometre the first leg, 1 kilometre the second, and from then you have to pick your marks along the shore and navigate in between the maybe 3rd mark to the 7th mark. So there's a lot of manoeuvring, and it's pretty difficult when you've got maybe 20 more quads for company.
So what are your tips for anybody who's thinking about getting into coastal rowing?
It takes a while to get the hang of it from the coxing and from the rowing point of view, so I suppose the best tip is to start steady and enjoy it and experiment with settings, etc. And once you're comfortable and once you're enjoying it, go rougher, and then you can build yourself up to taking part in an event like this, where you're dealing with the waves and the drift and dealing with all the other crews as well, who are all jostling for position. There's nobody going to say, excuse me, can I go over there? It's a contact sport in so many ways. There are rules obviously, but you know, you have to get the best line for that first mark. I think that's the real secret of coastal rowing, is get out from the start and get a clear run at it. If you tip blades or if you tip that mark with your rowers, you're going to lose ground.
That's brilliant. Well, David, look, thanks so much. Great to get some insight into what it's really like out there and how to get into it.
Yeah, and thank you, Peter, and thank you to all the organisers of this event. And I just especially want to say a big shout to all those kids down there that are doing all the little jobs, the lifting boats, they're taking temperatures. They're 15, 16, 14, but they really are a credit to the Portuguese nation, the work they're doing here today. So it's brilliant to see that.
I think the experience of Eskil Borg and Dennis Gustafsson just really showing itself here. They're certain for a place through to the A final from this heat. First 6 to go through. Great Britain looking good with them as well here. We've got Bexhill and Deal Rowing Club's Mark Mitchell and William Dennis. They're currently in 2nd place ahead of Germany, who are sticking with them, the Sportschule im Olympiapark Porschau Schule.
I mean, these three were the leaders right up on that first leg, and they're clearly the ones that then pulled out the distance for the rest of it, maintained that on the nice leg up to the 3rd turning mark. And the rest of the fleet now all coming around the 5th mark, and the last few, I think, just on that 2nd leg up into the wind. I think we've nearly got all of them around it now.
Well, the change in positions has been great to witness as they come towards turning point 6. Portugal's Fluvial Potense moving up into 4th place here, so they'll be pleased with that performance. Jose Cagna and Mateus Bianchi Costa. And then here we have Spain. They've dropped down a few places here, coming past turning point 6. Austria moving up a few places. They're now in 6th, contesting 5th place, so they could well be in with an A final result from this heat. Yuri and Alex will be delighted with that performance. They've moved up through Italy 4, going around some of those corners there. Italy 4's Speranza now in 7th place. The danger zone, it will only be the fastest 7th place finishers from the heat that get into that A final. And then in 8th place, we've got Finland.
I think across this entire course, we've got such a variety of upwind legs, downwind legs, upswell, downwinds, downswell, upwind, and it really shows that the difference here with coastal rowing is you've got to keep your head out of the boat just as much as you've got to have it in the boat and be looking around you, not just at what all the other boats are doing and how they're managing, but also the constantly changing conditions and your position in the big picture. And it's really, really difficult to keep track of that in such an open course.
9th place now then, Société Nautique Monaco, leading ahead of 10th place, John Huppy and John Olbris. And then we've got Spain 6, Mediterranean de Malaga currently in 11th. Now the leaders are already making their way up to the beach, where we've got Sweden coming to the last 100 meters or so of this 4,000 meter race, and they'll be making their way onto the beach, and that exciting dismount for a run up the beach to secure their place in the A final.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. It's indeed Sweden 1 for Stockholm and Organized Rowing Clubs, Dennis Gustafsson and Eskelborg on riding the wave here, slowly rolling towards the beach. The wave is rolling and the rowers are rowing, and they're doing it beautifully so, with quite a margin actually of 50, 60 meters to the nearest other contenders. Just remember, folks, it's the first 6 that go through without any doubt to the A final. And looks good for the very experienced Swedish combination here. Here we are, yes, give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen, on the beach, no matter what country you come from. These guys have done a great job here. And it's Gustafsson of Sweden crossing the line in 1st place. Sweden taking the win here in this heat 2 of round 2. In the men's double. Another sprint here, Great Britain of 5 coming up. That's Bexhill and Deal Rowing Club, Mark Mitchell and William Dennis. And it's Mark Mitchell crossing the line here with thumbs up. Great job done in this Oeiras Valley. Here comes the Germans. That is Mika Richter, who took a bronze at the Junior Worlds just a few weeks ago in the 4, and his partner Adrian was world champion in the junior men's double. And they teamed up here for their first appearance in the coastals. In Portugal.
Yeah, 4ª posição para a embarcação portuguesa do fluvial portuense José Canha e Mateus Benque Costa.
Guys, what a great atmosphere it's here on the beach. Spain coming in. Who is it, Ignacio?
It's Gonzalez that is coming from Spain.
Yeah, so crews and boat handlers, please get the boats out of the water as quickly as possible. We have Giardino for Italy coming in here. So that's the crew from Speranza, Italy 4.
And now Finland also arrived, the club Tatum Sochat.
Actually, yeah, we missed the Austrians. They came in 6th, securing indeed their
they are.
A final spot.
Monaco?
Yeah, Monaco came in, but Yuri Suchak and Alexander Maderna indeed made it through directly, not leaving it to any time advantage here. So the best 2 7th place crews of all heats will be going to the final as well. Great sprint here. That's the United States coming in. So USA just beat Spain 6 to the line here.
Yeah, it was Mario Ramirez Diaz arriving here at the end, our Spanish brothers.
And it was John Huppy for the United States who did the sprint. A lot of support here from the beach, ladies and gentlemen, for the crews still coming in. I can see what a great exit it was here for the Irish crew. Ireland That's Ireland 5. Adam Neal making the sprint here from Arklow Rowing Club.
Yeah, great job from Adam to this finish. And Catala from Spain.
Yeah, Spain 7. Real Club Nautico Gandia.
Ora tivemos então a Suécia a levar o primeiro, em segundo lugar a Inglaterra com o Bexhill Rowing Club e em terceiro a Alemanha.
So, Great Britain coming in here. And it was Great Britain 1, that is Hollowell Sculls, Tim Fenimore and Sean Sinclair. Yeah, what a fantastic mood here on this beautiful Thursday afternoon on Oeiras Beach. Thank you again to all the members of the organizing committee, the municipality of Oeiras, and of course all our great helpers to make this possible. Fantastic event. Good exit here again for our friend from Denmark. Denmark coming in. And it's indeed Johan Christer Berg crossing the finish line. Seems like Norway 2 will be the next ones to beach. Norske Studenters Rowklubb Magnus Harju and Jens Koren. Here they come sprinting up towards the beach. And thanks for keeping up in the graphics. Very close sprint here indeed. So Great Britain 4. Couldn't see any transponder for the Norwegians though. So here comes another competitor. And it's So this great song from our DJ Andre indicates we are again at the start of a race. Austria 1, Alemania Chiara Halama.
And Spain 1, it's a Soko Ama, it's a club for Isaacum Rodriguez.
Spain?
Spain, also Mediterranean de Malaga is Raquel Iborra. And also Spain is Real Club Martin de Barcelona with Cristina Serrano.
2 minutes to go. Let's quicken a little bit here. We have France 2, Libourne.
And Great Britain, Christchurch Rowing Club.
Great Britain 5, Fishguard, Goodwig and Jemina Rowing Club.
And German, Easter Coastal Ruben Club Hamburg.
Greece, Omilas Philantalassis is the rowing club.
And Ireland 2, Arklow Rowing Club.
Ireland 4, that's Galley Flash Rowing Club.
And the Carabinieri from Italy, number 1.
And
Portugal, Caminhense, Portugal número 5, Associação Naval de Lisboa.
Yeah, so the two Portuguese clubs, both 3 and 5 from Caminhense and from Lisboa. Then we have Tunisia in
USA, Blair Island Aquatic Center.
And finally, another boat from the USA, that's USA 4 on the bow, Newport Aquatic Center.
And these they are. 2 minutes, that's it.
Yeah. So less than 2 minutes exactly, less than 1 minute right now to the start. So we will fall silent to allow the concentration of the athletes and the signal of the starter. Here we are, clean start, looks like, all across the boards here, with our singles underway, the Coastal Women's Solo heat number 2 in round 2, and we are making contact again with our commentators on the boat, James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, Zena Jordan for Arklow Rowing Club making the early break. Tunisia's Khadija Krimi getting a little bit tangled up with Hannah Wayman-Steele from Bear Island, USA. No, it was Christine Rubino from the Newport Aquatic Center. She's getting ever so slightly tangled up with the Tunisian, but they're clean and underway again now. Spain won, currently in second place. That's Isaacson Icanes Rodriguez. They're currently running in second place, but it's a great start over on the far side from France's Lucy Renaud-Liat. She's currently leading. Great strategy for Ireland 4 here. Niamh Hayes rowing exceptionally well. She's getting the navigation absolutely right, heading over towards the easterly side of turning point 1 so that she doesn't get swept up in that current and into the mess of people trying to round turning point 1. Running order though, it is for France, Lucy Renaud-Liat out in front, leading ahead of the Tunisian Khadija Krimi for Tunisia's national team. Ireland 2 then in second, Zena Jordan. Fourth place we've got Spain 1, which is Isaacson Icanes Rodriguez.
I'm actually getting quite excited about seeing how these legs pan out on this first leg. It's always so interesting to see how everybody's handling the first mark. Once again, a really, really big spread, both from side to side and front to back, but everybody seems to have their own space to be making their own decisions. And I think that's part of it, is that if you've got another boat around you, especially if you're on the down tide side, you're really limited about what tactics you can use because you can't come up into them. And if you can't get your bow, your stern ahead of their bow, you're not able to even start to come up. So a couple of people will be pinned and pushed down when they don't want to be, even if they realise they are being, which must feel like not a good place to be. But certainly, like Ireland 4 up on the up tide side here, rowing their own race, lots of space, and it'll be interesting to see if that comes through as a big advantage when we get to the mark.
Well, as you say, James, field really spread out now. They're coming up towards perhaps 3/4 of the way towards turning point 1, and they'll all start to condense down. But it's, as you say, James, almost no point in trying to pick a running order at this stage until we know who's made it around cleanly, because so much has changed in just about every single one of the previous races. So it'll be really tough to determine who's going to come out clean on the far side. We might get a good view of them as we move up towards this first turning point. A leading pack starting to form, with the Tunisian contesting the lead out in front as this group of athletes tries to condense down into this first turning point. A number of them getting dragged over towards the westerly side of this first leg. We'll see how they handle this pinch point as they move back up towards the turning point.
Again, really, really hard to judge, as you say. However, I think that they're handling it better than some of the fleets have previously earlier in the day. We're right at the end of this ebb tide now, which means that the tide's nearly run its way out of the river, and what a tide it's been and how much effect it's had. But I certainly see less sharp angles coming into the mark, so I think it will be a combination of having judged it better, but also slightly less tide to contend with.
So let's see how they handle this turn. Tunisia 1 round first, ahead of Chiara Halama for Alemannia Austria 1. And then going with it for Italy 1, we've got Stefania Gobbi from Carabinieri, a well-known Italian international athlete. Trailing behind then in 4th place, we've got Spain 1, France 2, and Ireland 2. So there we've got Isaacson, Icanis Rodriguez, France 2, Lucy Renaud-Liat. She's dropped back a couple of places here, moving into that first turning point. And then Ireland 2, that's Zena Jordan, currently in 6th place. Spain 3 coming through in 7th, that's Raquel Martin Iborra. And then the field cleanly through that first turning point. No real hiccups there, James.
No real hiccups, and I think that probably is a combination of judging it better, but the fact that we're at the end of the tide, so there's a lot less running, which means it will have been easier to contend with less current, essentially. And what will be really interesting when we get further down this second leg is to see what impact that has on the conditions and the swell. It feels like from here, we've got a much longer rolling swell again, rather than that short, sharp chop. But the real test is probably about halfway down this leg, and I think that's when we've seen the worst of the conditions. But it might well be less dramatic than it has been.
It just builds and builds as we get towards turning point 2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And, it gets that much harsher, and we saw some quite challenging navigation in the doubles, the men's double from the previous race, where we saw some going really, really wide to the south of the course, and then having to cut back in. And you can just tell that with the challenging conditions, seeing that buoy, we're looking up towards that general direction now, can barely make it out on the horizon.
No, I'm absolutely struggling to see it, and we know what we're looking for because we've been out here so many times already today. So I imagine a lot of these competitors are just going to be following the boat in front of them and hoping that they're going in the right direction also. You know, if I was on a bigger boat or a sailing boat, I'd be looking at my compass rather than what's in front of me. And the sun being further down is creating much more dazzling conditions as it reflects off the sea. And again, it's just so hard to appreciate what each leg's like and how different they all are from shore, which is one of the great things about us being out here, to have this perspective. We can kind of live it like they are.
Exactly right, and bear in mind, because they're all facing backwards, they only get that moment when they peek over their shoulder to just check their direction. And if in that glimpse you can't see the buoy, then you just got to trust your general spatial awareness to see if you're heading in the right direction. And as you say, James, it's a lot of trusting in the other athletes and that herd safety, that they're all generally heading in the right direction. And if they're not, then they've all made the same mistakes. So when it comes to the positions at the end of the race, they've all had an issue. But that's where the bravery comes in. If one person does know that there's an issue, to be brave and break out of the herd and move in the right direction. You can just make out that yellow buoy far in the distance. It did take a while to properly emerge out of the glare of the sun, but this field, again, having narrowed down to that point around turning point 1, had spread out again, and there's perhaps 400 meters from left to right and front to back.
I think that left to right spread is absolutely a product of just not everyone being entirely sure what they're aiming for. Some people have gone wide, some people have followed the boat in front of them, and it's a situation like this that following the boat in front of you and staying with the pack could be entirely the wrong thing to do. And those that take the risk or are willing to set out a little bit further and take that flyer have the potential to make massive gains, but also the potential to make a massive loss. And it entirely depends, just like with many of these roundings, how risky or risk averse people are and what their attitude to that is.
That's it. You can see a few course corrections and adjustments. I think everybody's looking at each other, just trying to work out who's navigating this most cleanly. Field being so spread out as it is, it's anybody's guess as to how they're going to narrow back in on the yellow buoy, but we're closing in on the leaders again. And we'll take a look here at USA 1, where we've got Hannah Wayman-Steele from the Bear Island Aquatic Centre. USA bravely heading out directly towards turning point 2. She's the one on the southerlymost point of this leg and is perhaps navigating the straightest course. A number of others have gone a little bit more inshore and trying to perhaps hope that the boy will be nearer, but they're going to have to come back out to make this second turning point.
I think there might be a lot of hoping going on there. In fact, I think that USA 1, looking like an outlier, may be on the money and have made a really, really good call, a bold call, and must have felt like a bold call at the time, but it looks like it's certainly not going to be a bad call, that's for sure. But again, with such a spread, side to side, left to right, that there's no way of telling, for us or for them, until everybody converges on that point.
Very, very brave move. Well, they're all converging again in onto turning point 2. So we'll see how they fare around the corner.
Yeah, so our commentary crew is now heading forward to get the next turning point and give you the rankings there. As you might have noticed, we have a timing system here that relies on the transponder being carried by one of the athletes, basically the runner in the boat across the finish line. That also means we don't have a GPS tracking system, which is also very, 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 very expensive. So basically we wait until we get that signal back. Not a bad time to spend actually some time on the beach. Not a bad weather indeed also, and as we have been blessed with great weather all these last 10 days, 8 days actually, that we have been here preparing first for the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, which had been held from Friday to Sunday last week, and then heading directly into the preparation, helped by many, many great volunteers to prepare for the World Rowing Coastal Championships that started today, this morning actually.
Yeah, and we hope the weather keeps on for the next 2 days for finishing with a great view and a great opportunity for all of you guys being here in our amazing country in Portugal, and we are very happy to receive you. And for sure, Oeiras, the municipality that receive with the wide open arms for all of this first time for this 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championship and Beach Sprint that we had last week, and now we're going for the Coastal. For sure, very happy to have this here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Jonah Freire and Luis Arendt Teixeira, they have a direct line to whoever makes the weather here in this area, so they will have booked good weather for the next days.
Yeah, I think we sent up information to St. Peter that controls the weather in Portugal. Oh. Yeah, we were talking. We have a direct line with him, and he said, "Oh, if you guys are rowing over there, we will send you up a nice weather."
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's good. Obrigado a todos então por estes momentos que nos têm dado aqui neste evento. Muito obrigado também a este mega grupo de voluntários que nos têm ajudado em todas estas transições de barcos. Eu posso dizer que há pouco estava a contar, eram 12 as pessoas que iam a segurar num barco de quadri, portanto, são pesados. Parecem navegar muito rápido, mas são pesados, portanto, todo este trabalho dos voluntários aqui é fenomenal, ao qual nós agradecemos. E, claro, toda a organização que tornou possível a vinda deste evento mundial aqui a Oeiras e também a Oeiras, que recebeu de braços abertos este evento.
So after the race that is now on the course has finished, we have one more race to come up. At 5:50 we'll see the start of the round 2 heat number 3 of the men's double sculls, and that will complete our round of heats for today. So that's going to be finished around 6:15, and then I'm sure DJ Andre will have some nice vibes for you after the rowing action has finished. Unfortunately, not for you who watch this online on worldrowing.com, but for everyone here on the beach. We can continue to stay a little bit here and prepare mentally for the racing action of tomorrow. Tomorrow we start an hour earlier than today, actually, at 8:30 with heat 1 of the men's solo. We have seen the women's racing just now. They're still on the course, so tomorrow it's time for the men's solo. And also the mixed double sculls coming up tomorrow. Very interesting boat class. So tomorrow the racing program, as I said, starts at 8:30 local time, and then we have 2 races in the morning, 8:30 and 9:15, and then a little gap, 10:45. We have another block to 12:15 start time, and another little gap there. The gaps are always for changing over the boats and doing necessary repairs, of course. We all use the same, more or less the same pool of boats here. That's a good habit, good custom at the World Rowing Coastal Championships. And then from 1:30 to 3 o'clock we have another group, and then already the B finals for rankings 11 to 20 in the larger boat classes from 4 to 5 tomorrow afternoon.
E amanhã vai ser mais um dia em cheio de competições aqui, a começar às 8:30 da manhã e vamos nos prolongar até o dia de hoje. Para hoje ainda nos falta mais uma competição.
So guys, we are nearly 60 minutes into this race, which means we probably have another 8 minutes left of this race, and let's catch up with our commentators on the boat. Actually, it sounds like they're sitting in their living room, but it's indeed the same kind of rubber boat that you see here just out of the shore. So James and Peter, what's the situation?
Well, the situation here is that a valiant effort by all of these athletes making their way up to turning point 2. We said last that they'd spread over an enormous field, and they're making their way up to turning point 3 now, and the leading athletes are just rounding turning point 3, heading in towards the Fort de São Julio de Barra at the moment, so they'll be pleased to be out of the rougher water. The roughest water for all of them, it's been up and around turning point 2. But the leaders, I believe Khadija Karimi for Tunisia is still out in front. And it's been interesting watching here, James, how these smaller boats are handling those wave conditions compared to the bigger ones.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much less spray and the impacts are so much smaller. I think a combination of a shorter overall boat length just being the right fit for this length and period of swell, and that's something you just can't predict. On another day, it might have been that the doubles were doing so well, and on another day, that the quads, and it's really hard, but that the singles have absolutely got lucky, and today's been their day.
And the strategy that we're seeing from some of the athletes, it was Hannah Wayman-Steele from the Bear Island Aquatic Centre, who I think rode the bravest course. She had set herself quite far aside from the other pod or flotilla fleet of solo scullers making their way up to turning point 2, and therefore she was sculling the most direct route to turning point 2, and that I think has paid off as she's moved up the field a few places, and we'll see how that pays off when they come around the bend, passing it around the fort and back into the finish line. I'm sure many of them will be pleased now to be out of that most challenging swell at the far end of the course.
Yeah, that sort of bravery is either rewarded wonderfully by some really great gains, or punished just by having got it wrong, and obviously I hope for all of them that bravery was rewarded, really, and everyone in the middle, at least if they were taking the wrong tactic as a pack, will at least all still be together, and nobody will have lost out big from it, hopefully.
it makes me quite excited for the finals, really, because when we look towards the 6K A final that they've got to do, that turning point 2 is even further out, which means that if the conditions are anything like they are today, when it comes to those A finals on Saturday, then they'll have quite a push out to that furthest turning point before they can make their way back in towards the beach and the safety of being a little bit more inshore. Now we've got the leaders starting to come around turning point 5 here, and into sight of turning point 6. So it'll be interesting to see what the positions have done as they've rounded those furthest points in the corner of Carcavelos Beach and the Fort de São Julio de Barra, and how they handle this last stage where they get the wind behind them now, and these lighter boats, I think, will enjoy that tailwind slightly more than they enjoyed that headwind on the way out. Stefania Gobbi for Italy, leading towards turning point 6 from Carabinieri, Italy. So she's had a great last 1,000 meters here. Moving up to the front of the field, she's got perhaps 5 lengths of clear water to the Tunisian here, James.
Yeah, absolutely. They've obviously had a really consistent leg across, and we haven't seen too many losses or gains at this point, really. It all seems to be made or lost on that first and second leg, and as we can see, the Italian 5-6 lengths clear of the Tunisian, and then probably almost the entire leg between them and the next boat at the moment.
Yeah, it's an enormous margin, that, isn't it, between boys 5 and 6. Huge gap of clear water for the Tunisian. I think to just take it easy now. You wind it down, you know, no need to burn yourself out here, because certain for a place through to the A final.
Absolutely, and the last thing anyone wants to do is push too hard and risk an injury at this point with nothing else to gain. So I imagine that clear water behind them will absolutely be taking it a bit easy and just making sure they maintain their place. But there's a lot of space between the Tunisian in second and the next boat coming round, which looks to be Ireland 2, Zina Jordan, just about to round the 6th mark.
She's done well, hasn't she, coming back from perhaps 6th place between boys 1 and 2, moving up into a comfortable 3rd place here.
Absolutely, she's clearly made a lot of space for herself around that. I think we've got Austria 1 coming around the mark now with Chiara Halamara, and probably 3-4 boat lengths to go between her and 4th, but then, well, almost open water really at the moment, and a few boats in the distance just starting to come through now. Quite hard to see, there's still a fair bit of wind in this corner, quite choppy, but everybody seems to be continuing to manage it really well. Again, the singles just seem to handle these conditions so much better than a lot of the other boats.
First 10 to go through, so that's where our eyes are going to be between positions 10 and 11, and that dividing line between an A final position and the B final. You want to be in the A final if you want to stand a chance for the medals, so critical stuff now. If we find athletes just on that dividing line, can they put in a bit of a surge to secure themselves a place in the medal final?
I think we've got Spain 1 now, just coming around the point. We've got Exxon Rodriguez. Again, a lot of space behind her, but a lot of space ahead of her, so I doubt that position's going to change at all for the time being.
She looks very calm here, actually. She's dropped the rating right down, perhaps 26 strokes a minute. Looking very, very calm and collected. It is such an important position to be in, to be able to look back on your closest contenders, and just hold your race strategy together, certainly for the last couple of 100 meters into the shore. Absolutely, and she's followed closely by Spain 3, Raquel Martina Bora, who again has really eased the pace off. I think, you know, these first 6 or 7 are pretty much set to be like they are, so they'll just be making sure they get the boat home in one piece, get themselves home in one piece. No big dramas on the last bit, no big risks taken at any of the turning marks, and just go from there. So that's the first 6 passing turning point 6. Eyes peeled now for places 7, 8, 9 and 10, just between boys 5 and 6 at the moment. And I think next round we've got another Spaniard, we've got Cristina Serrano. Again, a bit of space, but it closes up a lot after that. We've got the French 2 entry, Lucy Leah, followed closely by Ireland 4 with Nima
here
Hayes.
Comes our leader, Peter and Stefania Gobbi out of Italy's women's squad from Tokyo, 4th place there. 1st place here in the heat for Italy. Then it's Kadia Krimi for Tunisia, who will most likely be second placed in this heat number 2, round 2 of the women's solo. As we said, the first 10 across the line are A finalists or medal finalists. Here comes Krimi for Tunisia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving a big hand and big shout. So a little bit of space here, and it's, I think, Austria and Spain battling out here for third and fourth. Looking at each other, who's going to catch the wave actually as the surf comes towards the beach. Not big waves at the moment, but you could catch one. So deciding to go early into the water is Alemania. So Austria won. Chiara Halama now sprinting, and that early exit from the boat into the water gave her the advantage to take third place in this heat, ahead of Ireland's Xena Jordan of Arklow Rowing Club. A little gap here before the next boat comes in. So we have got our first 4. Who's going to be numbers 5 to 10? Who's going to be in the medal final? And who's going to be joining the B final tomorrow? So tomorrow is the B final, and then on Sunday we have the A final at 1 o'clock right here on this beach. So as the colleagues on the water, James and Peter, lined out, it's quite a spread out field this time, which is not unusual for singles, especially if you are in the heat and have got your position fixed and firm. You want to play it safe. Here's Spain 1 coming in onto the beach.
Ora então, tivemos a Itália a chegar em primeiro lugar com Carabinieri, em segundo a Tunísia com Khadija Krimi e em terceiro lugar a Áustria com Chiara Halama.
Spain 1.
Arriving Spain, Echamp from Itzasoko Ama Club, and Isascom Rodriguez arriving.
So here comes Malaga, Regatta Club Mediterranean de Malaga, Raquel Martin Ibora crossing the line in 6th place. Great race, ladies. Great job done out on the water, battling the conditions, doing what a great coastal athlete has to do, and doing it well. Last few strokes to the shoreline here for another Spanish boat, Spain 5.
Spain 5 is Real Club Martín de Barcelona with Cristina Valle Serrano.
So from Catalonia. And there's a French athlete, I think, also running up. And that should be from Libourne. Should be from Libourne, Lucie Renou Libourne, next year's host of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And here comes Ireland, Niamh Hayes for Galliflash Rowing Club. And
Wayman from USA.
Wow, finishing in the top 10. So now we have our 10 qualifiers.
That's good. Finishing with USA. Hannah Heyman Steele from Blair Island Aquatic Center closes the 10 that proceed for the next level.
Well, just to remind you, we have one more race here in 14 minutes from now, if we've got all the singles in by then. Very spread out field, the single sculls, the solo, as it's called now, women's solo. So that was Christine Rubino for Newport Aquatic Center for USA 4, coming in just behind her compatriot, making it through to the B final.
Oh, yeah. A próxima competição vai ser dentro de sensivelmente 14 minutos, é o último dia de hoje. Vai ser os doubles masculinos. Great Britain also arriving is Lucy Hart.
Christchurch Rowing Club. Next one to come on the beach seems to be from Germany, from the first Coastal Rowing Club Hamburg, Erster Coastal Rowing Club Hamburg, Dorothea Horry. So she might take the 13th place here. Quite a determined look on her face. One of the promoters of coastal rowing in Germany, actually. So fair athletes congratulate each other, sorry. So race time up to now is 13 minutes, still some more boats to come in, which just shows how hard it was out there to row against the wind. This later afternoon with the tide, but against the wind still. The main leg down there is against the wind, and so it's all about your own power. No one else on the boat to help you when you're feeling a little bit weak. So next to come up are the slow-mos, the recaps of this race, the women's solo heat 2 in round 2.
Já vemos os doubles ali a posicionarem-se para a última competição deste primeiro dia do Campeonato do Mundo de Remo de Mar. As qualificações com 4 km em termos de navegação.
So 10 minutes to go until we will see the start of the last race of today's racing action. What a great day we had. Started this morning at 9:30, and now we are heading into this beautiful sunset in Oeiras on the beach. Last race will be heat 3 of the men's coastal double sculls. What a fantastic entry we had in this boat class, so that we have the need of 3 heats. So on the screen you have the rankings of the women's solo round 2 heat 2. That's the R2H2. It's not from Star Wars, it's our code to name the races properly. So the dividing line again being after rank number 10, USA 1. Taking the last final A spot here, will compete on Sunday for the medals. So one more boat coming on to the beach.
Cá está então nossa remadora para a chegada aqui à praia. Olá,
Yeah.
forte aplauso. Dar força a nossa representante portuguesa nesta do Camões, a dar o seu forte aqui para o final.
Patrick, say it.
Pouco mais de 3 minutos para darmos início à próxima saída, às 17h45, nesta última regata do dia de hoje. Amanhã começamos às 8h30 da manhã.
So 3 more single sculls coming in, finishing that very, very demanding course here, the 4K course set for the heats on Sunday. The finals will be held over 6 kilometers, so even 2 kilometers more. It's all about power endurance. Here is more endurance than power, actually, compared to the World Rowing Beach Sprint finals that we've seen last weekend, where the length of the race course was 500 meters. But both disciplines are disciplines in their own right, so totally different training methods, obviously, and totally different approaches to tactics. So here comes another boat from Portugal. Seems to be Portugal 5.
Ora, cá está então, mais uma representante, o número 5, com as cores. Daniel para dar a sua força. Vamos lá aplaudir então a mais uma representante nacional aqui nestes campeonatos do mundo de remo de mar. É até o último momento, tudo conta.
What a great thing to be racing on your home soil, on your home waters actually, and be greeted by a great audience here on the beach. So Great Britain 5 coming in. It should be Martha Owen. Yeah, it's Martha Owen. Greeted by an enthusiastic crowd here on the beach. While we have the double sculls waiting, race time is 5 minutes away. So one more to go, Greece coming in.
And a big round of applause for our Greek rower.
So from the club, Omilos Philon Thalasis, it's Varvara Nikolaidou Neokosmidou. Here she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes our women's solo heat number 2. And give a big round of applause for all the athletes. And again, of course, also for the boat handlers who've done a great job getting the boats out of the way for the approaching next set of crews.
Yeah, I was counting. In a minute, there was 12 people carrying out one of these quadri boats. Great work we have here for all the volunteers.
Okay. So on the screen you have again the results of this women's solo, and we'll go for introducing our athletes right now. So let's start with Belgium. RCIA is the name of the rowing club, Maxime André and Gaston Mercier.
And from Spain, Real Circuito de Labradores de Sevilla con Patricio Aznar y Rubén Padilla. Also from Spain, Spain 04, Club Marito Linense con José María Moreno y Antonio Javier Vega.
For France 1 from Corbeil, we have Alex Fortier and Émeric Fortier.
And also from France, boat number 6, Saint-Malo, with Clement Thomas and Yannick Boudlot.
Now we have Great Britain 2, Thames Rowing Club, teaming up with Abingdon Rowing Club, Till Andresen, Dennis Engelke. Also Germany won in the race. Regattaverband MCA Weser Team Nordwest. Marco Benedikt Remmers and Christian Alois Wennemann.
Okay, and also from Germany, Ruden Club Flensburg, Jost Dubrovschnis and Louis Konrad Weinschart.
Beautiful. Germany 5, Ruder Club Alemannia with Christian Benedikt Scharmer, Johannes Phil Welch.
And for Ireland, number 1, St. Michael's Dun, Lugnar, Martin Doit and Colm Criley.
So for Italy, 1 from Canottiere Padova, we have Simone Martini and Luca Chiumento.
With Italy, number 6, Santo Stefano Almare, Andrea Vicenzi e Michele Cincenetti.
From Japan, Kumamoto Rowing Club with Nakamura Arihiro and Imuri Genki.
From Netherlands, KRNB with Obedur Tiben and Gusmul. E de Portugal, do Tubalenço, Dinis Duarte Costa e o Afonso Costa. De Portugal, número 4, a Académica, Miguel Alfaiate e Francisco Batista. Portugal 7 é do Barreirense, Ricardo Heitor e Guilherme Carriço. De Portugal continua com o Ferroviário, barco número 9, Paulo Duarte e Henrique Eusébio.
From Sweden, Sweden 2, from Kung Elves Rowing Club, Peringmar Bujala and Eric Ehrenberger.
And Ukraine, number 1, from Concord, Sergei Grim e Yuriti Ivanov.
So guys, we're less than 90 seconds away from the start, the last race of our day. And I'm so excited to see these doubles now preparing for the start, lining up, not crossing the starting line too early, might give you a penalty. So stay behind and try to still be in a good position to dash off once the signal is given. One minute to go. So nominal space between the boats is 8 meters. But so this varies definitely with this water start that we are seeing today due to the conditions on the beach. And we have a beach finish. That's great to see in about 20-something minutes ahead of now. Here we are with the last race of the day. The last start has been given clean across the board, all crews dashing off. And so last time for today, we hand over to James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, interesting tactics going off the start here. Portugal's world-famous international athletes from Setúbalense, Dinis Duarte Costa and Afonso Costa, making an early break for it on this side of the course, the side of the start line is away from the fort, and they've pushed out ahead of Germany, where we've got Michael Benedikt Remmers and Christian Alois Wennemann. But the ones going off on a real tangent from Concord, Ukraine, Sergei Grin and Yuri Ivanov, they really came out at a tangent to the course of the others and have pushed well out in an easterly direction, heading away from the fort, I guess to try and push up and compensate for what the currents might do as they get up towards turning point 1. Portugal contesting the lead though, right at the front of quite a tightly packed field.
Really interesting to watch Ukrainians start like that. They hung back from the line quite a bit, so they started in completely their own space, probably almost half a boat length behind anybody else, and then went out at a much more acute angle. But I don't know whether that was half intentional or whether it was, you know, a bit of a navigational mistake and a tactic gone too far. But again, it will be interesting to see how they manage it and whether they bring it back in with the rest of the fleet. Everybody else looking fairly tightly bunched.
Yeah, it's tough to pick a leader as the sun's coming down towards the horizon. It really is, as we saw in the previous races, just glinting off the surface. Tough to tell and read those bow numbers, but Portugal, I think, have made the best of the starts there, and looking to set themselves up for an early entry into this turn. Japan not getting left behind, where we've got from the Kumamoto rowing club, Arihiro Nakamura and Kenko Imori, looking to try and get up there for an early position in this men's doubles heat. Portugal one pushing up to try and contest the lead. I believe that's the Netherlands alongside them, where we've got Obaduk Tibben and Guus Molly. Obaduk Tibben from the Dutch national team here, finding himself now leading this heat for the men's double towards turning point one, hotly chased by Portugal. And then here comes Spain one, Patricio Rojas Aznar and Ruben Padilla, again from the Spanish national team, trying to push up, and they're moving up through Portugal.
I wonder if the Spanish might have the advantage here, but again, no one's game until they're around the mark, really. Nobody's clear and on to the next leg until they finally made it. So many variables in the mix.
France one, hot on their heels, Corbeil, the twins from Corbeil, Alexis and Imeric Fortier. Let's have a look how they handle this corner. It's Italy one who made the corner first. Simone Martini, Luca Chiumento, along with Portugal. And a bit of a tussle here. Some trying to take the corner a little bit more tightly than others. And we've got some boat stoppers here. Really tough to get your boat going straight, forcing a couple of crabs, which has just absolutely put a halt to the Italians' bid for the lead of the race coming out of that corner. Ukraine make a clean rounding of the bend. They've taken it very wide to avoid any issues with other boats. Japan coming around here along with Germany 5 and Spain 4, and then Portugal 4, and then a couple of boats on the wrong side of that buoy having to make a last-minute course correction to get back around and avoid any penalties.
I think we saw some much more aggressive approach and entry into that turn than we have done previously. Less acute angles. I think everybody's judged it well, and obviously with less tide running, that there'll be less corrections to make, but there was a lot of aggression coming into there, and I was quite impressed actually. We didn't see more tangles and a couple more collisions. That there were very few people that actually crossed blades at all.
Not too bad at all. Well, they're getting into the choppy stuff now as we make our way up to turning point 2, and the real challenge is going to be, we were talking about the difficulty seeing that buoy, but as the sun's coming down, every time they peek over their shoulder, they're just going to see a haze of glare, and they're going to have to trust in their spatial awareness, trying to navigate by looking at the coastline and try to run in parallel to that to move up towards turning point 2. And until they get a little bit closer, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to determine whether they're heading in the best direction. Still, again, a very brave course from the boys from Concord, Sergei Grin and Yuri Ivanov of Concord, Ukraine, taking a very wide arc here from turning point 1 to turning point number 2. They're riding in perhaps 10th place as it stands at the moment. The early leaders, though, still maintaining that lead. Obaduk Tibben for the Netherlands with Guus Molly.
I think this whole day's shown what a variety of conditions you can get, and a race in the morning is a completely different beast to a race in the afternoon or later in the afternoon. You know, not just the tide and the wind changing, but where the sun is makes such a difference in terms of navigation.
Currently in 5th place then, we can see here we've got France 1, the Fortier twins, holding perhaps a length up on Sweden's Per Ingmar Bujala and Erik Ehrenberger of Kungälv. They're currently in 6th place, trying to hold off on the 4th side of this little flotilla. We've got France 6, Saint-Malo's, Clément Thomas and Yannick Boudelot. We saw them race earlier today, so this is their 2nd outing in these conditions. And then Belgium absolutely neck and neck with Germany 1. So we've got Belgium's Maxime André and Gaston Mercier alongside Michael Benedict Remers and Christian Alois Veneman of Regatta Verband. Not much separating these two. And then it's the boys from Concord ahead of Italy 6, Santo Stefano Almorg, where we've got Andrea Vicenzi and Michele Cicconetti. So the field very, very spread out now, but it's the Netherlands still out in front with a great lead here. They're able to look back, and they've navigated a fantastic line towards that buoy. I don't know how they saw it. That's, must have some binoculars strapped to their head, because in the glare of this sunshine, it really is difficult to make out, but they knew exactly where it was. They move up in that direction, trailing them. We've got Portugal 1, Spain 1, and they'll be looking to close that gap quickly.
I think the whole front half of the fleet now are into this much windier portion of this leg. As soon as we get clear of the fort, the wind has really come in. You can see the whole texture and surface of the sea has changed, and they'll really be feeling it on the boat, both in terms of how cold all that spray they're taking over the deck feels, and also their ability to keep a nice straight course down to this. And as you say, the Netherlands team have done a fantastic job of doing that, and having the space to be able to take their time and navigate well will serve them such good stead for the rest of the race.
That's it. Well, I can attest to these conditions. I'm getting sprayed down. I'm soaked head to toe and loving the experience. But it does make for some challenging rowing conditions. But that's what we're here for. It's the World Rowing Coastal Championships in Oeiras, Portugal, and it's beautiful to see these elite athletes contesting for places into that A final, where we'll be crowning the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Champions, and for this event it's the men's double. Last few strokes as we come up towards turning point 2. Not much changing at the front of the field here. Netherlands, Spain and Portugal trailing now in second, third and fourth. France having some good fun there, bouncing over the waves. France 1, where we've got the Fortier twins. Great blade work from all of these athletes. A course correction here from Obedok Tibben and Goose Mole as they head back in towards turning point 2. They're going to come into collision here with the Portuguese, the Costas.
So again, difficult conditions for radio transmission. We use this opportunity to have a little chat with Gwyn Batten, chair of the Coastal Commission, World Rowing Coastal Commission. Gwyn, I hand you the microphone. It's something I do not lightly, but I know you can use it really well. So we are already a few days into this championships. We had a World Rowing Beach Sprint final last weekend. What's your summary? What's your idea about this event so far?
Yeah, it's been amazing, and it's fantastic to be hosted by the local municipality. We've had an amazing beach sprint event last weekend. We had 174 athletes come and be part of it. We had some wonderful races, some really close races, running down off the beach, jumping into boats, going around the 250 buoys and coming back. It was epic. It was really good to see the spread of medals across the nations. So that was exciting. And then now, well, we've got totally different side of coastal. We've got the real hard wind and waves out beyond the turning point 1, where the tides, quite a few of the guys have come unstuck on the turning point 1, which has taken a bit of impact. It's fierce, it's wild out there.
Quite a difference to where we were last time in Hong Kong on the waters of the harbour, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was chic chinos and urban grunge over there, and here we've got much more ocean beach. We've had a bit of swell came in, which has stopped us racing off the beach for our starts, but we've been coming on for the finishes, and it's been great to see the water starts so close to the beach.
What fascinated me today especially was like how quickly the boats were moved away as a team effort. So a great teamwork, especially by the boat handlers, right?
Yeah, it's great. It's a mixture of the young volunteers and, of course, of the boat handlers that are here down from the teams. We've got to get the boats out quick because there's more coming behind.
Fantastic. So, what are the outlook for the next years? Where are we going next year?
Next year we're off to Wales, which a little bit colder, but lots and lots of sand. Beautiful part of the world in Wales, Pembrokeshire. It's a place called Saundersfoot. It's going to be amazing, so as many people can come, that'd be wonderful. And then after that, we go to Italy and Sabaudia. And that'll be quite an advanced course. It's exposed straight onto the wind, so it's quite exposed. So get your training in and build your skills.
So I'll be sure the coastal community will be hearing your words very closely and taking the note and putting that into the calendar. So Gwen Batten, thanks very much. Thanks also to the organizing committee to provide for everything that we had here on the beach, right? Fantastic.
Great. It's an absolute pleasure to be on this beach. I've been here for, 10 days now, and I don't want to leave.
Right, let's try and catch up with the racing action very shortly. Thanks very much. So, Coastal Men's Double Scull, round 2, the third of 3 heats, our last race of the day. And what a day it has been. So many enthusiastic coastal rowers here on the venue. And I'm sure a lot of supporters out there tuning in on worldrowing.com. So thanks for supporting our sport by doing that. And as we heard, there are some also beautiful venues for the next years lined up. Might not quite be as warm though in Saundersfoot, but fantastic setting there in a great, not too big fishing village, fishing town if you will, if you want, with beautiful old buildings and great restaurants and everything. So another great destination for coastal rowing. Yeah, so we hope to be catching up with our commentators pretty soon, and then we'll paint you the picture of actually how this heat 3 evolves. So this is the third last turning point, 2 more to come. So from the beach they now head towards the fort, round another turning point, and then into the last one. So I think you're right where the action is. James and Peter, what's the news?
Yeah, these crews had a great rundown from TP2 to turning point 3, and they're already now the leaders passing point 5 and heading up to point 6. So we'll have a quick look at what's changed at the front of the field, because it's been a great clean race here for the Italians out in front, where we can see Simone Martini and Luca Chiumento from Canottieri Padova, Italy 1, leading by a good, safe margin here. They've really extended this lead as they come up now towards turning point 6. They've eased off ever so slightly, 28 strokes a minute, just cruising now as they come into the more sheltered area close to the fort. A great race from them.
It does only seem to be the Italians that have pulled out a big lead. Everybody else is a lot more bunched. There's quite a dense mid-fleet, which means there'll probably be some positions up for grabs right up until the end by the looks of it.
Coming in next then, we've got Spain 1, that's the Real Circulo de Labradores de Sevilla, where you've got Patricio Rojas Aznar and Ruben Padilla, currently in second, not by much though, 2.5 lengths up on Portugal 1's Dinis Duarte Costa and Afonso Costa from Setubalense. They're in third. Netherlands 1 next, where we've got Oberduk Tibben and Goos Molle from the Dutch national squad. And then coming in 4th place at this stage, we've got France, the Fortier twins from Corbel, riding in 4th. The field a little bit more packed as they come up into the smaller positions. Belgium in 5th then, where we've got Maxime André and Gaston Mercier. And France 6, a great race from France 6 here. Clément Thomas and Yannick Boudelot from Saint-Malo.
Getting very, very windy up here at this final end of the course as well. I think a lot of the teams would have probably struggled on that last leg, on the big, long upwind leg. A lot of power required to keep the boats moving.
Sweden 2 in 8th, Per Bujala and Eric Ehrenberger. And then 9th place, the guys from Concorde, Sergei Grin and Yuri Ivanov. 10th place, we've got Germany 1, where they're coming in for boy number 6. We've got Michael Benedikt Remes and Christian Alois Veneman of Regatta Verband. That's the leading 10 at this stage. Coming in for 11th then, Italy 6, where we find from Santo Stefano al Mare, Andrea Vicenzi and Michele Cicconetti. And then the field really is spread out again. So a tightly packed bunch in places 5 through 10, but then we're seeing quite a lot of open water in the smaller places here behind Italy 6 from Santo Stefano al Mare. We've then got Germany 4 from Ruder Club Flensburg, Joost de Brozcik and Lewin Konrad Vechart. And then a little bit of a gap back then to from Spain 4, Jose Maria Alvarez Moreno and Antonio Javier Barbero Vega. A great run through in this last race of the day here on day 1 of the World Rowing Coastal Championships here in Oeiras, Portugal. This is the last race of the day and has set us up for some fantastic competition as we run into more heats for round 2 tomorrow. Some of the boat classes we haven't seen yet, and then of course the A and B finals running us through on Saturday. Fingers crossed the conditions stay exciting, just as we've seen with all sorts of stuff going out here on the water. But the leaders of this race now making their way into the beach. So for the last time today, let's catch up with Sebastian.
Thank you, Peter. Luca Chiumento for Italy 1, Canottiere Padova making his way across the finish line, bringing home the win for himself and his partner Simone Martini, himself an international athlete, a medal winner even at coastal level. Again, the boat handlers take away the boat very quickly because we've got more landings. Spain 1 is on the beach. Spain 1. That's Real Círculo de Laboratorios de Sevilla with Patricio Rojas Aznar and Ruben Padilla. Here comes the sprint. Padilla crossing the line in second. And who comes next?
Aí está então os portugueses do Setubalense, de Afonso Costa e Dinis Costa, para uma excelente prestação neste terceiro lugar. Aqui esta dupla muito bem. Vá lá, um forte aplauso aqui para os nossos representantes.
So we've seen Portugal in 3rd place, France 1 crossing and appearing on the screen as 3rd place though. So France 1 Corbeil, that's Alexis Émeric Fortier. Then we have for Belgium in 5th place, still qualifying here. Belgium, that's Maxime André and Gaston Mercier. Here we are, final sprint between Sweden and Ukraine, won by Sweden.
Bujala take the leader here on this run, final run.
So that's how how this pans out with the ranking. We're missing Portugal. It should be on the screen, probably a transponder thing. But I'm sure our timing colleagues will sort it out. But Portugal was in 3rd place before France won. That's for sure.
We saw it.
We saw it, yeah. We're not the jury though. So I leave it to the jury to decide. A lot of supporters here on the beach. Thanks for coming down to the beautiful beach at the Oeiras. So Italy 6 coming in. And it's Santo Stefano al Mare, the rowing club, and Michele, I think it must be Michele Cicconetti, and his partner is Andrea Vincenzi. That was Germany coming in. I haven't seen which German boat it was. So here we have happy Belgians. securing their spot. Maxime André Gaston Mercier. Still quite a few boats out there. It's possible.
I think it's Spain 4 now. Yeah, Spain 4 with Jose Maria Alvarez also arriving here.
So here comes Germany 5, taking the final wave. Nice and clean exit. That's Christian Benedikt Schaumer and Johannes Welch for Germany. Ruderclub Alemannia von 1866 Hamburg. Christian Benedikt Schaumer sprinting across the line. So here comes the correct ranking on the screen, showing the third place for Portugal. Yeah, so a few more boats coming in onto the shoreline. At the moment we have Spain 4 on 13th place. So the next cruise should be on rank number 14. And it seems to be Great Britain 2, Great Britain 02. And this is my old friend Till Andresen, Thames Rowing Club. And Abingdon Rowing Club is the home for his partner Dennis Engelke. Both actually are Germans competing for British clubs because they happen to live in the UK. That's a good thing as well. You just have to be a member of a club in a country and then you compete exactly for that club.
And also arriving from Portugal, da Académica. Chegar o Francisco Batista. Bom esforço este no final, Francisco.
Great sprint here from our Portuguese athlete, just beating Till Andresen to the line. Total exhaustion here, 4 kilometers of rowing. Japan in the finish as well. Well done to Nakamura, Arihiro, and Imuri Genki for Japan for the Kumamoto Rowing Club. So I can see at least 3 more boats coming in this final day of the race. First day of competition at the World Rowing Coastal Championships 2021 in Oeiras, Portugal, near Lisbon. Near Lisbon. Taking a beautiful serve onto the beach here. Nice wave pushing the boat on. That's Portugal.
Ora, aí está então
Portugal
a
7.
embarcação do barreirense, Ricardo Heitor e Guilherme Carriço.
Ricardo Heitor.
É o Ricardo Heitor a chegar.
So here comes another runner with his transponder. There seems to be a penalty. That allows the last athlete here to overtake. Portugal.
Grande Duarte, Ferroviárias ia chegar também. Paulo Duarte. That's it, no more boats.
No more boats, but still one gentleman in the penalty box. So that's what you get when you make some mistake.
It's from Ireland.
Against the rules?
Yep.
Ireland?
Yeah, Ireland.
I don't know which one, but I can see IRL on the bib, so.
St. Michael's done, and I don't pronounce this Irish word. Here he is.
John.
Not pleased with himself. Martin Dowd and Colm Crilly are in the cruise, but greeted by his family. What a great reward after such a tiring race here. So I believe everyone's safely in. onto the beach, and this allows me to congratulate all the athletes for a great day of racing. We've seen a lot of great racing action, battling waves, currents, wind, and the endurance that is required to bring you down this 4 kilometers course in Oeiras in Portugal on this first day of the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. So tomorrow, no, sorry, I don't say anything about tomorrow. Oh yes, I do. 8:30 is the first race. So please be on time, all you spectators. Bring your towel and rest on the beach. You can even spend your night here, maybe, if that's allowed by Portuguese authorities, I don't know. So tomorrow, racing action from 8:30 to 5 o'clock start times. And we have already finals tomorrow, the finals B. So the not the medal finals, but the finals B from 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And hopefully we have the same good racing conditions and light conditions. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thanks very much to all the volunteers and officials that have made this day so special. And of course, the athletes that have shown great performances out there on the water. And we had our all-star team of commentators on the water with James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon, and my dear colleague here in the tower, Ignacio Silva, and my name is Sebastian Franco. We have the pleasure and honor to lead you through this day. So thanks very much. Get home safely and be with us tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Christopher. Obrigado a todos então por terem tornado este primeiro dia deste Campeonato do Mundo de Remo de Mar fantástico. Imenso público que tivemos aqui na praia. Agradeço imenso todo a vossa presença e o aplauso e a força que deram aos nossos remadores para este primeiro dia de competição. O dia da manhã vai começar bem cedo, 8:30 da manhã. É essa hora que nós vamos começar com a primeira competição e vamos até às 5 da tarde. Amanhã, a partir das 4, já vamos ter também as finais B desta competição. Ainda não estamos a falar de medalhas, mas vamos já ter algumas finais. E sábado é o dia reservado para as grandes finais aqui na Praia da Torre, em Oeiras, neste Campeonato do Mundo de Remo de Mar, que visita pela primeira vez Oeiras. É a 13ª edição desde que o Remo de Mar começou com este Campeonato do Mundo. Obrigado a todos então, vemo-nos amanhã aqui na praia.